Place the day marker on the day 1 space of the day track. What is the calendar?
I think so.
Give each player the investigator tile of their choice. Place your investigator tile face up and collect skill token depicted on the tile in its bottom. Okay, so we have these. I guess let's go over the game then. First, before we start deciding this. You good for me to start just like reading this, Darren?
Yeah.
Game concepts. Welcome, investigators. Detective is a cooperative. Hi. Detective is a cooperative game of deduction. Each of you plays an investigator with a unique ability and skill set. You must gather information, collect clues, blues clues. Just the blues clue.
Mm-hmm. Oh man, I forgot my giant notebook.
Yeah. Well, shoot.
And giant black crayon.
I guess we'll have to regroup on another day.
Mm-hmm. Mission failed. We'll get him next time.
Get him next time. Collect clues and follow leads in order to solve a case, which is represented by a deck of cards. At the end of the game, you will answer questions to gain victory points. You will win or lose the game based on the number of victory points earned.
Okay.
Teamwork. Detective is a cooperative game. All players share the skill tokens, stress tokens, and authority tokens in a common token pool and use a time marker to track the passing of time when resolving all actions.
I'm so stressed.
We use the word you to represent the entire team. You are going to examine all clues together as a team. Metaplot. Detective is a campaign game. The 5 cases in a box are connected by one overall narrative thread. While playing, you might find clues that seem unconnected to the current case. Sometimes they are dead ends. Sometimes they are clues you will need to solve upcoming cases. Don't be discouraged if you don't understand the significance of a clue when you first encounter it. Maybe that information will be crucial one day soon.
Oh, so this is like House on Haunted Hill or whatever it was. No, it's the one house. The Choose Your Own Adventure
one. Yeah. Yes, it is like that. One case, one deck. You want me to keep going?
Yep.
Each case is comprised of a dedicated deck of 36 cards, 1 cover card, and 35 lead cards. Do not browse through this deck or shuffle it. Draw the appropriate cards from it only when instructed to do so. Read only the front side unless instructed otherwise. Once you draw a lead card, you can refer to it at any time during the campaign. Cast a wide net. At the start of each case, you will find a few lead cards and clues to get you started. Consider following each of these leads before deciding to investigate further down any particular path. Following a few leads based on a variety of clues to build a wider picture of what's going on is often much better than focusing on only one lead. Notes. With 5 interconnected cases in the base game, taking good notes will be crucial. If you start a ladder case without remembering vital names and clues from earlier cases, you will have a hard time piecing everything together. Do not hesitate to write down important names. Connect them with lines to show the relation to one another, as well as to evidence, dates, places, and events. In addition, we recommend creating a mind map to organize your thoughts. John, do you want to be our scribe?
Not really.
Darren, do you want to be our scribe?
Sure.
I don't even know what a mind map is.
Just like the circles and the lines. It's just to organize your thoughts.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, screw that. I'll take notes, but it won't be a mind map. It's just going to be Notepad++.
Good.
Version Boycott Beijing 2022.
Nice. Here we go. Solving cases without a full deck. Each case has many paths to completion. Due to time constraints, you will never see the whole deck or discover all of the clues. In fact, the average number of cards drawn in each case is about 20. After finishing the game, don't be disappointed that you didn't go through the entire deck. This is a game of deduction. Ultimately, what matters most is how you piece it all together, not how many clues you discover. There is no "you won" card. Detective is not a choose-your-own-adventure game. There is no final paragraph that says "you won" and sums up the entire story. No single card that like threw a lot of shade if they if they were actively meaning that choose your own adventure TM. This isn't a choose your own adventure game with some stupid "you won" card at the end. This isn't a hacking game. This is a good game. Okay, this is "you won" to sum up the entire story. No single card that makes everything click. All of the information is scattered among many different cards. You must connect the dots to build up theories and find answers to your final questions. Remember, no single card will win you the game. The answers for the final report must be deducted from the clues you have gathered during the game. You won't get far if you merely cycle through the deck trying to draw one card after another, hoping that one last card in the chain will win you the game. It will not. Do you want me to also read these hashtag playtesting tip?
Sure.
Hashtag playtesting tip. Detective is a game night experience, and solving a case can take more than 3 hours. Since you will most likely play each case only once, don't ruin the experience by playing in a rush, in a bad mood, or under any other circumstances that will not help you fully enjoy the game. Find a good...
Oh, Darren pulled the Nazi card.
Oh no.
I wasn't expecting a Nazi card.
There's always one. Find a good quiet place. Maybe put some music on in the background, relax, and become a detective. Here we go.
Oh, right. Music. Fuck it.
The viewers don't deserve music. Game board. The game board depicts all of the major locations the investigators will visit during the game. It also features a day track and a time track to mark the passing of time, which is important because each case has a precise time limit in which it must be solved. Casebook, which John has. The casebook includes the game introductions and special rules for each of the 5 cases. Cases in the game. In the campaign. Do not open the casebook before starting the game.
Oops.
Play all of the cases in order and don't read the next case until you have finished the current one.
I think they'd not have shine a light directly into his fucking eyes.
Yeah, right.
The Antares
I think it's Antares.
Antares Database. The Antares National Investigation Agency maintains a database of its resources at AntaresDatabase.com. On this website, you will find witness reports, interrogation transcripts, additional materials dedicated to each case, and personal files of the primary characters you will meet in the game. I was just going to ask if you were going to do that.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Cool.
5 character tiles with investigators on the front and consultants on the back. 5 case decks. Don't read or open the next case deck until you finish the current one. The wooden markers, we got the character tokens. We have authority, stress, and used abilities. This is authority, stress, used abilities are these ones. Skill tokens are these ones. Special tokens, these are the yellow ones, used for various purposes, e.g. as an additional IT, time, or day marker as a spare, or to mark important lead cards. Unless instructed otherwise, you can use them as you see fit. Be creative. So these don't actually mean anything.
Okay.
Character portrait cards, which Darren was modeling. Use them in your mind map to mark unknown suspects or characters. Right. Do not whatever.
We need to play this again once we have a budget. Because I want a cork board.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
And red string.
Yeah.
Just red string everything.
So, do not browse through the portrait cards to avoid potential spoilers.
Oh, okay. So that should be like step 1 for anybody who gets bored during
reading the rules.
Do not do the following.
Right. Each card has a number on its back side with a person icon next to the number. While browsing the Antares Database. Whenever you encounter a character portrait, look for the number and the icon attached to it. If you encounter one, look for the portrait with the same number. There are also 3 placeholder portraits with a big question mark.
Okay. And it looks like... Yep. So... this is, of course, a... everything's blanked out, but I'm guessing it's going to release a few things once we search for the right thing. Don't mind me, just looking through all the elements and the sourcing and see how they, if they, happen to, just...
Trying to break it.
No, just seeing if they hid all the search items from us, or if they're going to be in here somewhere.
Well, Darren hacks the website of the game. Let's move on to case setup, which we already kind of started. We place the board. Place the investigative team marker on the headquarters. Place the time marker at 8 a.m., which I did. Place the day marker at day 1. Okay. Give each player the investigator tile of their choice. Place your investigator tile face up and collect the skill token depicted on the tile in its bottom right-hand corner.
John has them.
John has them.
Do they have different abilities?
Yes, they do.
Okay. We have Investigator Mia Roberts, former psychologist. Mia worked for the police for almost 5 years. She shows great leadership skills and can bring out the best in anyone. Spend 1 star token from the token pool to remove 1 gray X from another investigator. There's also ones on the back.
Those are their contacts.
Okay, those contacts. All right. Contact is Ruth Redknees, another psychologist. She works as a consultant for the police, but at times helps Antares. She knows precisely how to approach suspects and talk to them. She can get the truth out of anyone. Skill, 2 talk bubbles.
Which 2 talk bubbles?
Yes. So she has questioning twice.
Which questioning... Here are the... I'll just read the skills.
All right.
So we have... Get these over here. We have research represents the ability to browse through old archives and files and speak with librarians. It also represents your general knowledge and thoroughness during an investigation. We have technology represents the ability to use modern technology to gather information, including browsing government databases, hacking into private systems, creating complex search algorithms, etc. We have questioning. Your ability to, I'm going to stop right there. You know where I could take that. Questioning represents the ability to talk with, what if it was? You're unsure of yourself. And okay. Represents the ability to talk with witnesses, interrogate suspects, read body language, ask others for help or favor, etc. We have perception. You get higher percentages in VATs and... That's not perception, but...
Perception is something you roll.
It is not perception.
It's a wisdom-based skill.
in reach to search for case-related information. Okay, that's set up. We'll go back to that. Are you ready to learn how to play the game?
Yes.
Summary. You have a limited number of days, i.e. game rounds, in which to learn as much as possible about a case and achieve the stated goal. Once you run out of days, navigate to that case's final report on the Antares website and attempt to answer questions related to it. Your answers will determine your final score. Days and hours. Each day is divided into 8 working hours, 8 to 4, to spend on various actions. You can spend additional hours of each day by working overtime. Be careful though, working overtime causes stress, and stress in detective can end your investigation prematurely. Daily activity. During a day, there are no individual player turns or phases. You act as one team and perform actions together. You should discuss as a team the next steps you would like to take. Note that you may have to move the IT marker on the game board, move the time marker on the time track, and so on, depending on your choices. To take actions during a day, you can follow a lead, dig deeper, browse the Antares Database, browse the internet, write a report, use an investigator's ability, spend authority tokens to perform an action specified on a card, or perform another action defined by the case introduction or a specific card. Each action will indicate whether or not you must advance the time marker. I have an example. Want me to read the example?
Yes.
Hey, Olivia. We've been living.
Hey.
Example. You decide to draw and read a lead card, so move the time marker as instructed. That lead card gives you access to 2 new lead cards in the Further Leads section. You decide to draw and read one of the new lead cards, advancing the time tracker again. There is an option to check something on the Antares database, which you do at no cost on the time tracker. You now draw another lead card, but this lead card is in a different location, so you must first move the IT marker and advance the time tracker by 1 hour. Then you can read the card. You adjust the time marker on the appropriate number of spaces indicated on that card. Next, you decide to write a report, then check another lead card, etc. Day's end. When the time marker reaches 4 p.m., you may decide to work overtime or end the day.
Lighting.
If you end the day, then you must move the day marker to the next day on the day tracker, reset the time tracker to 8 a.m., move the IT marker back to headquarters, sort notes and discuss what you have learned that day, write all possible leads to keep track of what is available to you. Rules. There are 3 rules. Here we go.
Are you getting this camera guy?
Are you getting this camera guy? Here we go. 3 rules. Rule number 1. Clues. Blues clues. Clue the game. During a game, you will follow clues to solve a case. Each case has 3 basic types of clues. Leads, the Antares database, and general knowledge.
I hate that guy.
Now we're playing Trivial Pursuit. When you hit a general knowledge space, pull out the included copy of Trivial Pursuit. Play it 1 round. Play an entire game of Trivial Pursuit. Then take your next turn. I just love, not to delay this, but just like the idea of, it's like the game version of like the B movie, but every time they say B, something happens kind of thing. Mm-hmm. But it's like, you're playing a game, but every time this happens, you need to play an entire game. It's like that Magic thing.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Where you stop and play another game of Magic underneath the table.
Oh,
right.
yeah.
It's like
what was the other one that Brendan told me about? It's Lord of the Rings, but there's that scene where Sam goes, well, this is it. What's it?
Yeah.
It's the furthest step I've ever been from home. And
every time they take a step.
Every time he takes a step after that scene replays.
Yeah.
Also, there's also, I think, an Eldrazi card. Standard is like, no, it was like a Karn or something where you play it and you play a side game using your side decks.
Oh, yeah.
And then you start the game.
I love that. But like a game of, I don't know, a small world, but every time you play some other, like a game of Dominion, and that resolves something.
If we want to do like an all day stream, sure.
We're frozen. That might be just on your end. We look good on our end, I think. Oh no, we're not. Never mind.
But you have to. It's like something that happens based on whoever wins that second game. Mm-hmm. Like so every time someone goes in the decline, you play a game of whatever, and the winner of that game chooses what race that person gets or something like that.
Yeah. Okay, well, let's continue because,
Rule 1,
it's going to take a while.
and general knowledge. Lead cards. Lead cards represent crime scenes, witnesses, found evidence, and other information obtained during the investigation. Each lead in the game is represented by a single card and is identified by a number following by number sign followed by a number. Example, number 103. You may only look at the front side when first gaining a new card. You may later be able to look at the B side, but only when instructed to do so. Each lead card includes its hour value and the location where it can be obtained. Each case consists of exactly 35 lead cards. Note. Note, before following a lead, i.e. drawing and reading a lead card, you will know the card number and its location, but not its hour value, which depends on many factors. You can only estimate how long a lead is going to take you based on the card location. Headquarters. Time-consuming tasks of obtaining information and doing extensive research are greatly sped up by the Antares system. These leads usually take 1 to 2 hours to complete. Interrogations may take longer. Richmond PD and Courthouse. Going through the archives is usually a time-consuming process. These leads usually take 2 to 3 hours to complete. The lab. Cutting-edge technology and information specialists greatly increase your efficiency, but nevertheless, the examining evidence can take up to 4 hours. Fieldwork. Fieldwork. These leads are robust and can take you to many different places, but getting around town means that each lead card will take you at least 2 hours, unless you're in a hurry. Antares Database. On the Antares Database, you can find information stored by the police, at the FBI, the military, and federal intelligence agencies. When you encounter the character, you need to choose the right selection in the menu, and then input the correct name or number. Read the Antares Database guide for more details. General knowledge, which is depicted by the Wi-Fi symbol. Mm-hmm. Detective is set in modern times, and you as the protagonist of this game have access to all data that can be found on the internet. You can use Google Maps, Wikipedia, and other sources of data that you may need. We call this mechanism breaking the fourth wall. General knowledge is identified with the Wi-Fi symbol. When you see this icon, you can browse the given topic on the internet.
To beat detective. Let's go.
The answers to case 1 of detective.
Yeah.
When you see this icon, you can browse the given topic on the internet to learn more about it. If there is a certain phrase underlined before the Wi-Fi icon, you should run it through the search engine of your choice to see what comes up. Browse the internet for more details.
Which is, AKA, just fucking Google it, bitch.
Just Google it.
Yep.
Rule number 2, time.
It only works, but you can do that, but you have to use Bing.
Oh no. Okay. So rule 2, time. Solving a crime takes time. In detective, the progression of time is represented by the time marker advancing on the time track and by the day marker advancing on the day track. Investigators have a precise time limit in which to solve each case, and each lead card has its hour value. When you draw a lead card, you must move the time marker a number of spaces on the time track as indicated by the card. Example, to resolve this card, you need to move the time marker by 3 hours on the time track. It has a little clock.
Don't look at him.
No, I'm trying to see.
It just has like a little...
Oh. Is at top.
Yeah.
Ending the day. When the time marker reaches 4 p.m., work hours have ended unless you decide to go into overtime. The time token should now be moved to 8 a.m. and the day marker moved to the next day. Remove all used ability tokens from the investigator tiles. If you have finished the final day of your investigation, you have to finish the case by making a final report in the Antares database and read the epilogue based on your report. You can end your day at any hour, thus starting the next one until you run out of days. Overtime and stress. You may choose to work overtime spaces on the time track to continue your working after 4 p.m. In overtime, continue to move the time marker on the time track to 5 p.m. and so on. You may use as many overtime hours as you want. Then, after advancing the time track as needed to finish your actions, decide to end your day. Sometimes you will be forced to take overtime because an hour value of a lead card makes you move your time marker past 4 p.m. Working overtime has its costs. Add 1 stress token to the token pool for each hour you work after 4 p.m. If you collect stress tokens equal or greater to your stress limit indicated in the case introduction, your investigation ends immediately and you must go to the Antares Database to complete your final report. Rule 3. Locations. The Detective Game Board has 5 locations. Headquarters is your office and the center of the whole investigation. The Richmond Police Department is a place where you can access files and evidence from old cases. In the lab, you can examine evidence found at the crime scene. In the courthouse, you can gain access to the archives and documents from old trials. You also have a few helpful consultants who work there and can give you important advice. Fieldwork represents all other locations in the city. It's restaurants, parking lots, witnesses' houses, and other places, possibly all over the world. When you want to follow a lead card and you are not already in the appropriate location, you must move the IT marker to the appropriate location on the board and move the time marker 1 space forward to represent the travel time. Example, resolving lead card 105 requires the investigators to go to the Richmond Police Department. Since the investigators are currently at the lab, you must get there. You move the IT marker to Richmond PD and advance the time marker by 1 hour.
This is on top.
Yeah.
PD.
Yep. Important. At the beginning of each day, place the IT marker on the headquarters location. Some lead cards do not depict a location, which means that you can follow them from any location without moving your IT marker. That's the beginning of that, is they just run over someone. Imagine the opening sequence of them just like sitting really awkwardly, just like. Okay, actions. In any order, you may take the following actions as a team: follow a lead, dig deeper, browse the Antares database, browse the internet, use an ability, write a report. You have a question? We also have lots of questions, which will be answered by this. Actions. Follow a lead. At the beginning of the case, the further leads section in the case book will present a list of lead cards. You can follow leads in any order you wish, and you can ignore any that you don't wish to follow. However, once you draw a lead card, you must resolve it. You may not check the hour value and the skill required to dig deeper, and then decide not to resolve the card. When you decide to follow a particular lead, you must search the deck for the lead card with the appropriate number. Check the lead card's location and move the IT marker and time marker if necessary. Check the lead card's hour value and advance the time marker to an appropriate number of spaces. Read the card aloud and present its contents to all players. Make sure you keep the backside hidden unless you are instructed otherwise.
Depends on the dress.
Or outfit.
Okay. Okay, 5. Follow all lead cards' direct instructions. 6. When you encounter a signature, you must input it into the Antares database in the signatures section. Decide whether or not to dig deeper if possible. Note any further leads. Place the card aside because it is now resolved. More specifically, if the card doesn't have like a swooping arrow symbol, you didn't dig deeper, place the card on the right side of the game board to remember that you do not have access to the back of these lead cards. If you saw the backside of the lead card due to the swooping arrow sign, digging deeper, or other instructions, place it on the left side of the game board, which is where you can keep track of all cards that have both sides available to you. Further leads. The further leads section of the lead card lists other lead cards you may decide to follow at any time later in the game. You must finish resolving the current card before following a new lead. Instructions. The swooping arrow symbol means turn the card over and read its backside, either after the following some additional instructions, see digging deeper, or for free. The read keyword indicates you must immediately read the specified card or Antares database entry. If you are instructed to read more than one clue, you may read them in any order. The choose keyword means that you have to decide whether an action to take Decide which action to take from the options presented, mostly by following different leads or reading different clues. Once you make your choice, you cannot consult the other options. You must resolve the rest of the lead or follow any instructions given on the Antares Database entry. Add a plot card. Plot cards are a special type of cards that represent leads in future cases. You may encounter some additional simple instructions that do not require further explanation. Spending authority tokens, some clues or instructions you encounter may require you to discard a certain number of authority tokens. We're getting there. We're getting there, guys. Here we go. Dig deeper. Lead cards are double-sided. The dig deeper action allows you to reveal additional information by reading the backside of the lead card. To dig deeper, you must spend the token depicted in the dig deeper section of the card. After you do so, you flip the card over and read it and note further leads. So it's going to have like a skill token. It's going to look like this. The skill token, look for more details with a swooping arrow.
Yep,
Oh, okay.
I see it.
Oh, yeah.
They have an example on the...
I'm not going to read the example because we get it. When you have the opportunity to dig deeper, you must decide whether to spend the appropriate token or not. You have a limited number of tokens to spend during a case, so choose carefully. You can choose whether to dig deeper or not to dig deeper until you move on to follow another lead. In the rare case, when you follow more than one lead card simultaneously, e.g. because of the read keyword, you can choose to dig deeper after reading all of the lead cards you just followed. Here's a card resolution example. I can read it. First, you draw the appropriate card, look through the deck for it without reading anything but the numbers on the top of the cards. In this example, you are looking for card 336. You update your location. If you were in any location other than the Richmond Police Department, you would have to move your IT marker there and advance the time marker by 1 hour. Then you update the time track. Look at the hour value of the card. In this example, the hour value is equal to 2 hours. So you move the time marker 2 spaces forward on the time track. Then you must read the content of the card. Note, you have to immediately follow any instructions that are in the text. In this example, the first instruction allows you to open the file in the Antares database, input the file's number, and read its content. It mentions evidence and a fundraiser connected to your case. Follow any instructions you may encounter there. The second instruction is to add 1 authority token to your token pool. Do it now. Remember that you can resolve any given card only once, so you will never get a second opportunity to gain this benefit. There is a dig deeper section on the card. You can spend 1 perception skill token to analyze the evidence mentioned in the file. You have to decide now if you are going to dig deeper or not. If you do, read the backside. Follow any instructions there and go to the next step. If you don't, go to the next step. Note any further leads to keep track of what is available to you. In this example, there's only 1 further lead to research the fundraiser mentioned in the file. The card is now resolved. Put it on the right or left side of the board, depending on whether or not you have access to only the front side or the both sides of the card. In other words, if you dig deeper, you'll put the card on the left. If you haven't, you'll put it on the right. Discuss what you have learned and what your next step is going to be. Playtesting tip. Digging deeper is like following your gut instinct. You don't have to dig deeper on every lead. Sometimes this will lead to nothing interesting. Sometimes you will confirm what you already deduce, and sometimes you'll learn new information.
Okay.
Browse the Antares database. Here we go.
I'm pretty sure
We're almost there.
I'm pretty sure you can figure out the. Yeah, during the game it'll give us stuff.
Yeah, you read. That's you read, but it does say never type numbers or names found during the investigation in the Antares database unless specifically instructed to do so by the @icon. Accessing the Antares database never costs hours. You can access the Antares database at any time during the game, as many times as you want.
Thank you.
All right, yeah. So at icon, we search. All right, next.
Browse the internet. You can.
You are not allowed to browse the internet unless specifically told.
Kinda. So
Not really?
Yeah. So do fun. None of these clues are necessary to solve the case. Or learn
Get the fuck
information.
off Twitter. You
Okay.
can't be on the Twitter, says the board game.
The rules are: you cannot search the internet for information on a topic if not specifically instructed to do so by the Wi-Fi icon. Once instructed, you can browse the internet for clues on that topic at any time during the game, as often as you want. Browsing the internet never costs hours. Okay, here's something about stress levels. While interrogating, questioning, or sometimes simultaneously people, you'll be able to identify the speaker's stress level as follows: low stress level, medium, or high stress level. When you're reading transcripts and you may evaluate the speaker's stress level. The higher the stress level, the more likely the suspect or witness is lying, hiding information, or otherwise reacting emotionally. So it'll just tell you what their stress level is. Use an ability. Each investigator has a special ability that can be used once per day. Then once you use it, put that thing on it. Important investigators can use their ability at any location. Note that Mia Roberts' ability allows another investigator to refresh their ability. Mia's ability can also be used only once per day. Here's an example. Write a report. Once per day, you may spend one of your working hours at any location to write a report in order to receive an authority token. If you do, move the time marker one space forward and add an authority token to your pool. You cannot write a report during overtime hours.
You would physically sit down at the computer you have nearby and write a report.
Yep.
Submit it to the database.
Okay, we talked about the skill tokens. We just add them to your thing and you spend them. Authority tokens. This is authority.
Do the skill tokens refresh each day?
Yes.
Okay.
Wait. No.
It's
I said
a
that,
co-op
I lied.
game, so of course.
At the start of a case, each investigator and consultant adds their skill tokens to the team's token pool. Some characters have no tokens. Skill tokens do not refresh at the end of the day, so this pool is the supply for the whole team for the entire case.
Okay, that's important.
That is important. Authority tokens represent how well your team is regarded at Antares. Investigators begin each case with a fixed number. Yada yada. You may spend them. During the game, investigators may be able to gain more.
Nope. So what refreshes each day? There's something that refreshed each day. Oh, your skills. Your abilities refresh at the end of each day.
Yeah, your ability.
Okay. I assume stress doesn't. I'm assuming token. You said skills don't.
Yeah, skills. Because it's just based on this, it creates a pool, and that pool is like once you use it, it goes away.
Right. I wasn't sure if the pool refreshed at the end of the day or the end of the case.
No.
So.
During the game, you get more. It says that if you find that you're getting more of these, you're on the right track.
Mm-hmm.
Having authority tokens allows investigators to persuade superiors and subordinates to assist them. That'll probably just come up. Important investigators may spend 1 hour of the day using to write a report action to add one authority token. Sometimes you'll need to spend authority tokens to follow a particular lead. You can't have more tokens in your token pool than the ones provided in the box. If you are instructed to add more, simply ignore that. Matching evidence. When you encounter a signature, visit the database, click signature, and then type the 12-character case-sensitive signature into the form. System will automatically recognize and signature type and add a short description. You can add your own description as well, such as what the signature is related to. You have access to all signatures. So
I love any UI that has matrix text.
You're just creating essentially our own database for the stuff we collect in the game.
Yep.
Signatures never match. The character X represents an incomplete signature. The Antares Database matches signatures to help you find matching entries.
What signature never matches?
Signatures never match all 12 characters.
Okay.
And then the lowercase x represents an incomplete signature. The database matches signatures to help you find matching entries, and putting in counter signatures into the Antares database is mandatory. Saving the game. When you finish the case, note which cards that you have gained during the investigation. You can access from both sides, and which you can only gain access to the front side. Then place all those cards in a dedicated spot in the insert. You can access these cards for future cases, but only as notes. They cannot be used for any actions. All of the cards from the case are no longer available in the game. You should also keep all notes you made, whatever.
That's what I was just...
Okay.
No.
Sure.
Are we good?
Yeah, we talked about investigators. The consultants are just all the backsides of the investigators we don't use. Plot cards represent leads that are not related to the particular case you're solving, but the main plot of the campaign. When you discover leads related to the main plot, you will be asked to place plot card number XXX into case Y number YYY.
No, maybe. I don't know. I don't think we can add stuff to the Antares website.
No, I think what it's doing is we type in something and it'll be like, oh, it's not found. So like if I go, I don't want to type Olivia because that might be actually a name. If I type in Xanadu, this website sucks. Yeah, no personal data found.
Yeah.
When asked to add plot cards to a future case, take the appropriate plot card without reading it, add it to the zip bag dedicated to the appropriate case. In the box, you will find zip bags for cases 2 to 5. Important, don't read a plot card. When you draw it, wait until the beginning of the appropriate case. Plot cards often indicate that you're going in the wrong direction of your current case. However, they are a good indication that you're closer to digging up the main plot of the campaign. Okay, game ending and scoring. Each case grants you a specific amount of time, yada yada. The case ends at 4. Once you stop work at the end of the final day, you log on and choose Final Report from the menu. Once there, you'll complete a virtual report explaining the entire case, divided into 2 sections. You answer questions. Second section will have additional questions. The answers to the questions come from deductions that you have made during and after the investigation. Answers to the questions are not on particular cards. Instead, you must deduce them. Each case has a predetermined point total that you must reach to win the case. The main questions are worth the most points. Additional questions are worth the least points. You will automatically receive additional points for each piece of matched evidence you've entered into the database, worth more than additional points but less than the main questions. Additionally, you will be prompted to input the number of stress tokens you've collected. For each stress token, you will lose 1 point. Once you've completed your report, the database will automatically calculate your final score and then announce whether or not you have won the case. If you win, great, celebrate, a job well done. If you lose, you can play the case again or move on to the next case. To play the case again, reset the lead deck to its original state. To play the next case, return all unused cards to the box. Place the lead cards you have gained in the case and dedicated spot on the insert. In either case, discard the token pool and start anew, described under case setup important. After the game ends, you cannot read the lead cards you did not draw. Each I don't know answer is worth 0 points. Each wrong answer is worth negative 1 point. So it's better to put, similar to the SATs, it's better to say I don't know than to enter in a wrong guess. It is almost impossible to score the maximum number of points.
Just one more thing. You said you were playing PS3 at the time of the murder.
Oh, I'm so glad you saw that.
The PS3 has no games.
Dling. Pretty suspicious, if you ask me.
Okay, we obviously don't need to do this. The designer did suggest having dedicated like meta roles, like someone who's the note taker, someone who has the database, someone who checks the internet, someone who reads, and yeah, stuff like that.
I mean, I definitely got the database.
Yep. I can read. What's the other one?
Writing the notes.
Yeah, exactly. Because you do this all the fucking time, Olivia. Just ask it. We've been over this.
Okay, so who's...
All right, so how do we start?
Pick a person.
All right. We have Mia Roberts, which has the skill of talking, and psychologist of double talking, or consultant of double talking.
The skills don't matter. It's more the abilities are more important.
Ability: spend 1 star from the token pool to remove 1 X.
Yep.
From another investigator. Another investigator.
Yeah.
You.
Yeah.
Ben Harris.
That'd be kind of weird if you were like,
Yeah.
I'm going to do this skill.
Ben Harris, full IT, consultant has double IT. Spend 2 from the token pool to add 1 Jester token to the token
That's
pool.
a wild skill.
1 wild. Chris Stone, spend 1 and an appropriate skill token from the token pool to dig deeper on a lead card that has already been resolved.
Oh, that's nice.
3 search. Jack Coleman, when investigators take a right report action, add 2 to the token pool instead of 1. Has 3 files, whatever that is. And then Julia Jacobson. Spend 1 from the token pool to change 1 skill token of any type from the pool into a Jester token. And no skill, but consultant has a wild.
Okay.
No.
So hers is spend 1 authority to swap a skill token from 1 skill to any skill.
Yes.
Okay.
To
A wild is...
Wild.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pick your boy.
while Ben Harris has more or less the same, but just costs one more.
Yes, but he also has a skill.
And he also skill. I'll go Ben Harris.
Okay.
I think Ben Harris. Well,
Because wait, was the IT duo again?
that's just a technology.
Tech
Yep.
invest skill.
Because I like the dig deeper guy, Chris Stone.
Okay, take Chris Stone.
You want Chris Stone?
Yeah.
All right. We have spin 1 to remove 1 gray X from someone. We have write a report, adds 2 instead of 1. Or spin 1 from the token pool to change 1 skill token to a wild.
I'll be Mia Roberts. That's fine.
All right.
Sounds like a plan.
Sorry, Jack Coleman and Julia Jacobson.
Flip them over.
Flip them over.
Oh, flip them over?
We're the consultants.
Oh, so the consultants are the ones we don't choose.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh. Okay.
Okay. Back to the lab again. Yo, here we go. Setup. So we just chose
Yep.
place your investigator tile face up and collect the skill token depicted on the tile in its bottom right hand corner. Turn any unused investigator tiles to their consultant side and collect the skill tokens depicted on those tiles. Also, this is a pool.
Yes.
You get 3?
No.
Alright.
Consultants.
Sorry. I was like, what? Okay. So we did that.
Waterboard Mia.
Create a token pool of skill tokens provided by the investigators and consultants. Log in to the website. Take the case deck and place it on the board. Next to the board. Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, the Ambassador Bridge. There's 3 bridges in Michigan that connect the U.S. to Canada.
Ambassador's private.
Yep.
Then there's a tunnel.
Oh, I forgot about the tunnel. There's the tunnel.
Is also private? No.
I
it's
think the tunnel's publicly owned.
Then we have whatever's in Port Huron.
Blue Water. It's the Blue Water Bridge.
And then what, like Sault Ste. Marie or somewhere?
The Sault Ste. Marie. Yep, there's a bridge in Sault Ste. Marie. Yes.
Yes, we are aware.
Yeah, did you guys know there's a bridge in Detroit that connects Detroit to Canada? That blew my mind.
Open the casebook and read the introduction to the case.
Okay.
And set up introduction to the case, special rules and setup changes.
Holy fuck, that's a lot.
Yeah.
And then the rest is just make sure you have plenty of space, make sure you have an internet browser. Mm-hmm. And that's all set up.
P
What
O R N H.
He's actually searching. Yeah.
I think I
Introduction.
see my screen too.
Yeah.
In front of you lies the first scenario of the campaign, the mystery of the Golden Watch. During your investigation, focus on the primary objective assigned to you by your superiors. Carefully look over every branching thread related to this case. Some of them are irrelevant, while others will unlock new meaning in future cases, allowing you to see them in a different light. Scattered throughout the case are fragments of a greater whole that will slowly start piecing together. Remember the important initial leads presented to you in this intro. Take good notes, ideally in the form of a mind map. Carefully read the cards, and try to draw valid conclusions before deciding to pursue further leads. Most importantly, do not rush from card to card. Doing this will take you down a rabbit hole of information, causing the investigation to spiral out of control due to the sheer volume of information. Good luck.
Does this this format allow for mind maps? Notes.
Oh. Congratulations, I guess.
They got vored.
Antares headquarters, July 5th, 8:11 a.m. EST. The briefing room...
Wait, July 5th and Terry's.
Yep.
Right.
The briefing room, located on the first floor of the newly built building complex, seems sterile. Light, creamy walls with glazed windows overlooking the James River. A large white table Chromed handrails of black chairs and a gray carpet fills the room. Despite being light and spacious, it lacks warmth. "Hello," says Delaware as he rolls his wheelchair to the head of the table. He has a tired, wrinkled face. Long strands of gray hair fall over his piercing eyes. He places his green notebook on the table. "The task at hand is quite peculiar. The State Department has asked Antares to investigate a potential scandal. A few days ago, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Poland sent a confidential note asking for clarifications of an unusual event. Earlier, in the Ying auction house, a pocket watch with a gold-plated bezel appeared. Turned out to be serious. The watch is in the database of objects lost during World War II. The Poles identified it as a showpiece that was looted by the Germans in the Museum of the Land in Posen, Poland, during the occupation of Poland. For Poles, it has both symbolic and sentimental value. It is a memento of the greatest pianist, Ignacy Paderewski.
Spell it.
Paderewski.
First name?
Ignacy.
All right.
Ignacy.
Sounds like a rapper. Ignacy.
According to the data provided by the Poles, the watch was stolen by a Nazi named Kurt Blutholz.
Kurtholz.
Blutholz.
Is it a U or is it
You umlaut.
No umlauts.
Blut.
Blut.
Bluetooth.
Blutholz. Or Blutholz.
So they gave him that name knowing very well it looked like buttholes.
Of course, he's a Nazi.
Of course, you will find records about him in our database. He clears his throat, glances at his notebook as if he was trying to remember something, and then resumes his briefing. The auction house bought the watch for about $5,000 from a man named Rupert Owens, who apparently did not realize how valuable the item was. The watch is already secured in our evidence store. The matter is delicate. If this Blutholz, by some strange stroke of luck, had lived after the war in the United States, it would be very unfortunate for political reasons. At least that's what the current administration thinks. Worse yet, the press will begin to sniff around, and it's only a matter of time before the issue turns into a scandal that I'd very much like to avoid in the first year of this agency's operation. Our task is to find answers before someone finds questions. He looks over the briefing room, checks his notes, and sighs heavily. Finally, one last sad piece of information. The morning after tomorrow at the Olivet Cemetery, Michael Slater's funeral will take place. As you know, he was one of the police consultants who helped create our unit. He was a victim of a hit and run, a nasty end to a perfect career in the police force. It would be nice if some of our team could attend the funeral. We will gather at Richmond PD at 8 a.m. the day after tomorrow.
At 8 a.m.?
At 8 a.m. the day after tomorrow.
Yep.
From there, the police
Day
column will
3.
go to the cemetery. Preparing the case.
Real quick, what's the name of the cemetery?
Olivet.
Ollivet?
Olivet.
Right.
Close, Olivia.
Move the time marker to 9 a.m. Add 4 authority tokens to the token pool.
That's
5.
and also not with a token pool.
Where does it say token pool is?
There.
What does that say?
We can also put cards there.
The cards go there, and there. And the token pool's
And there.
And there.
And there.
And here. And there. And everywhere.
Investigate the events leading up to the watch from Poland, ending up in the Ying auction house. Discover all stages and find evidence to confirm them.
Oh, are these our goals?
Mm-hmm.
All right, 1 second. No, I can't. All right. All right. Goal 1.
Okay. Discover all stages of evidence to confirm them. That's the goals.
Wait. Yeah. So what are they? What are they?
Read them again
Yeah.
slowly.
Investigate the events leading up to the watch from Poland, ending up in the Ying auction house. Discover all stages and find evidence to confirm them.
All right. All stages of.
All stages of nothing.
Of
It's just
what-
all stages.
I'm assuming all stages of it
All the
ending up in
events.
the
Yeah. All right.
I'm excited. Oh, you gotta be careful if it just is showing your screen.
Yes, it is.
Maybe just one of us should look at it.
Yeah. Look at it first before I pull up Discord.
Time limit. You have 4 days to finish the investigation.
Okay.
The stress limit for this case is 7.
I'll be on the lookout, Olivia.
Further leads. Access to Kurt Bluthol's police files. Name at Kurt Bluthol's.
All right. So, is that one word? Kurt.
Yep. No spaces.
Luthels.
Access police files on Rupert Owens. Name at Rupert Owens. Rupert Owens. Go to evidence storage. 103 headquarters. Do I pull that out?
For future?
Because it's for further leads, yeah.
Yeah.
So pull it and put it into unsolved cards, right?
Ah, John.
Sorry,
Oh,
it got stuck.
Let me
got sucked. It got sucked.
let me
Clearly.
do the check.
Resolved cards, unsolved cards, and resolved cards with arrows, resolved cards with no arrows,
Yeah.
and then unresolved cards at the bottom.
Maybe I don't think actually no, I don't think you pull them out. Cuz you just refer back to the further leads.
Oh, okay. So we have further leads. Those two. Then we have.
Yeah, James, go ahead and just take care of all the cards.
Yeah.
That way John doesn't have to reach over.
Then we have go to evidence storage, which is 103 headquarters.
All right. Yep.
Interrogate Rupert Owens, 108 headquarters.
Interrogate Rupert Owens.
Interrogate
108
headquarters. Yep.
And these aren't ats.
Nope, these are further leads.
Okay.
So these are cards. So interrogate Rupert Owens. Interrogate auction house owners. Number 119, field work. Michael Slater funeral ceremony. 138, Richmond PD, 8 a.m. on day 3.
138 Richmond PD
Day 3.
day 3. 8.
Put an additional token on day 3 as a reminder. If you decide to attend the funeral, you can start that day in the Richmond PD location.
Okay. Can start day in Richmond PD.
Okay.
Okay, so what do we think?
Well,
We can not to interrupt. We can start if we want to look at those two dudes first and then go from there because that doesn't cost time.
That's true.
Yeah. So, do you want to look at Rupert or Kurt?
Also, it's safe for stream.
Yeah, I saw it. I gotta.
Yeah, I would start. Let's start with that, and then
I just want to open the original here. There you go. James Bond, yes.
I don't know who the other two characters are,
You guys are my Bond girls.
but I don't know which specific ones.
Oh, let me look at the photo.
John would know.
Oh, it's the No Time to Die. I don't know. I haven't seen that movie.
What?
It's brand new.
Was this a brand new one?
Yeah, it's the one that just ended. That just happened.
That
Oh,
just ended.
All right, so
It's just over. James Bond is over. He died.
He's dead. The real person.
Yep.
all right, so name at. Do you want Rupert Owens or Kurt Bluetholtz?
We'll start with the Nazi.
All right, starting with the Nazi. Herr Kurt Bluetholtz. Surname, Bluetholtz Kurt. January 31st, 1911, Munich, Germany. Death, no data. Height, 5'8", lol.
He's a short
eyes
guy.
brown.
He's short. He's short.
Eyes brown, hair brown, blood type 0. Identifying marks. Paresis of the left hand due to a shrapnel wound, not confirmed. A tattoo of a spider above the right wrist, not confirmed. Addendum. A high-ranking German microbiologist and scientist. During the war, he conducted research on biological weapons and transplants, experimented with using sarin to kill prisoners of the concentration camp Auschwitz-Birkenau, and internal arrest warrant has been issued. Status unknown. Officially, he is still wanted by the Polish and the Russian governments. Just saying, 1911, he's 111 years old.
Yeah.
Criminal record. The Polish bill of indictment for the Nuremberg trial names him as one of the criminals and documents witness testimonies. The bill, over 100 pages long, contains the most important facts and documents regarding Nazi crimes against the Polish nation. This bill was attached to the Soviet bill of indictment due to the fact that the Polish delegation could not formally partake in the works of the tribunal since the London Agreement of August 8th, 1945 ensured that only the representatives of the four powers, speaking on behalf of all nations, were present. Charges. Illegal carrying out of microbiological and chemical tests on Poles imprisoned in the Auschwitz concentration camp and the prisoners of Fort 7 from Posen. 137 cases of experiments resulting in death were documented. Active participation in a criminal organization, probable connection to Otto Skorzeni's organization Spider. It underlines that and has a search.
Oh, we can look up that.
Yes.
On the internet.
For the leads.
On the internet?
Yep.
Yeah, so
Seek out the assistance of a history consultant concerning Kurt Bluetholtz 115 headquarters.
So what was the name of the guy? Something Spider?
Yeah. D Spinny.
D Spinney? Was his name?
No. That was the German for the Spider was a post-World War II organization thought to have helped certain Nazi war criminals escape justice. Its existence is still debated today.
Oh, Die Spinne for
The
Spider.
Spin.
So this dude was in the United States, is what we're learning. This dude got smuggled to the United States.
Is definitely a possibility. Also, that is not the. I don't think that's the website. I just think your internet is really bad right now.
Probably. I am going over everything. So yeah. Also, we have a lead of number 115 headquarters. Did we already have that? No.
Yeah. Just copy that the whole line probably with the definition, with the explanation of what it is too.
Yeah.
Speaking of war, you guys gonna sign up to fight Russia? No.
Yeah.
I don't think
I'm
They'd
not.
want us.
I'm not fighting someone else's war. Okay, so that is Zinyazi.
See, that's one thing that the benefit of being really overweight. If I ever got drafted, they'd take one look at me and be like,
No.
no, sorry. If anything, they'd give me a desk job.
Like, I'm a programmer.
All right, come on.
Rupert Owens. Surname/names Owens Rupert James. May 15th, 1959, Richmond, Virginia. 5 foot 5 inches. Well, blue eyes, dark hair. Oh no. Oh no, sorry, dark hair. He's
hair.
good. He's good.
He's fine.
Also, the other guy had brown eyes, brown hair.
Yes. We have a database entry for fingerprints. So I added that.
Nice. Also, the main guy also had brown eyes and brown hair.
Yes, he did.
Maybe this is secretly the main guy. He wasn't in Argentina. He was in the USA all along.
Changed his name.
There's a weird way in Hearts of Iron 4 you can get Hitler as leader of the United States.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, cool. We have more stuff. Criminal record for Rupert Owens. Rupert Owens was the owner of the auction house, right?
Nope, he's the owner of the watch.
No.
Yes. The auction house bought the watch for about $5,000 from a man named Rupert Owens.
Oh, okay, all right. Criminal record. Arrested on May 20th, 1979 for possession with the intent to distribute a controlled substance, sentenced to 6 months in prison. I mean, and that's just an FBI sting.
He's giving someone weed.
Yes,
Buying weed.
you're right. Arrested on June 20th, 1986 for selling a controlled substance, sentenced to 2 years in prison. May 13th, 2011 for indecent exposure and breach of peace, sentenced to a fine and community service. Arrested on March 15th, 2012 for causing a traffic accident while driving under the influence, damaging public property, a fire hydrant. Sentenced to 3 months of community service, fined $2,000, and directed to a mandatory treatment for drug and alcohol addiction.
So can we just point out the accuracy of him getting 2 years for selling weed, but then getting
3 month probation for
3
drunk
months
driving?
community service for, yeah.
It's because he's white.
Was he even on probation?
No.
No. Just
Nope,
community service and
yeah,
a fine.
And directed to mandatory treatment.
Yep, that sounds about right. USA! USA!
Shoe size, 8.5 out of 42.
Oh.
What?
Weight, 158 pounds, 72 kilograms. It was 8.5/42 for European size. Yeah. No connection. Mother and father. Mother Marcus Owens. Father Marcus Owens. Mother Lily Garrett.
Okay, give me a second. I want to write a family tree out.
We're going to propose a board game night without you guys shouting it down immediately.
Okay, go ahead.
We'll take a little bit of time.
All right.
John, are you making a mind map?
Mm-hmm. So Rupert Owens was, who are the name of his parents?
Marcus Owens.
Marcus Owens.
And Lily Garrett.
Lily Garrett.
Hide and seek night. One person has a portable camera and tries to find y'all.
I mean, we just had to, like, GoPro it, but then it had to be recording.
The thing is we'd have to be recording because it's like we wouldn't be able to stream. Well, I mean, we could stream it on. I guess you could stream it. I mean, IRL stream it all the time. Stream all the time.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah.
But then, because we'd have to do it, we'd have to find a big enough space because we couldn't just like do it in here.
No.
So that would, I feel like, inevitably end up us doing it in public. And the thing is, do we want to be like running around playing hide and seek as 3 grown adults in public?
No.
Yes.
No.
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 No, that sounds like a terrible idea.
No.
Because I don't hate idea
Mind map
that
time.
like it's not like the worst idea I've ever heard, but also because I've always liked the idea conceptually of like a kind of like an IRL game where you're like almost like spies-esque people trying to like move like a briefcase or like a thumb drive with like information on it, but then it's like a team game, so one team's trying to move this information throughout a public space by transferring it to different people, and
Right.
the other ones are like trying to figure out like find them, and you play over the span of like a town. I think that'd be cool. I just have never figured out how to like set it up well, because obviously like you're playing with your friends, so you're like, oh, there they are.
Yeah.
Or the opposite, if the playing space is too big and it's like you never know where anyone is.
The hide and seek in Muffin Factory would be nuts.
It would be. Oh, that'd be.
You could actually just like sit down at a desk and be hidden. No one would find you.
Well, the Muffin Factory is definitely a place I could see like some like YouTubers, because that like hide and seek has been kind of like a thing I've seen, at least from, I don't know if you've ever heard of the Sidemen. They're like a YouTube group. They've done like a lot of like hide and seek in like a football stadium kind of stuff like that in a mansion. I could see
Yeah. What we do is we just buy tickets to a sports game and we play hide and seek
during the game.
during the game. Yeah. During the crowds. All right.
Okay.
So Lily Garrett, we got nothing on. Lily Garrett / Margaret, born.
Slash Margaret.
Oh yeah, it's, surname / names. Yeah, Garrett, Lily, Margaret. Date of birth, February 2nd, 1934. Richmond, born Richmond, Virginia. Died in Richmond, Virginia in 1979. Cause of death, diabetes. Height 5'6". Is poor Rupert shorter than his mother? Yeah.
Short
Rupert-
king. Short king. Short king.
Oh no, sorry.
I'm gonna
Rupert-
regret that when it turns out he's related to the Nazi. That's my guess. Is he's a descendant from the Nazi.
Rupert Owens is is 1 inch smaller than his mother. Blue eyes, dark hair, ABRH plus, whatever that is. No other connections. Marcus Owens, father.
Yep.
Born 1930, June 16th, in Virginia. Died August 15th, 1968. 38. Place of death, the Correctional Center in Virginia, James River.
Ooh.
Stabbed by unknown perpetrator.
Can we figure out why he was in prison?
5'6", blue
Yeah, it was
eyes,
him.
dark hair, and I already added his fingerprint to our match. Criminal record. Arrested on September 29th, 1966, 2 years before his death, for buying, receiving, or concealing stolen goods, fined, and released. Arrested on June 15th, 1967, after a shootout and charged with failure to obey a police order. Got a hearing ID in Richmond, but it doesn't have an at sign, so I don't think we can... Suspected of being an accomplice to a robbery. Case file, blah, blah, blah. Charges dropped due to insufficient evidence. Sentenced to 8 years in prison with possibility of applying parole after 3 years for being an accomplice to a car theft, handling stolen goods, resisting arrest, and failure to obey a police order. While in prison, he wanted to cooperate with the prosecutor's office. However, he was found dead before he could share any information.
He was gonna snitch.
Snitches got stitches.
Addendum. Murder in prison, perpetrator unknown, buried at Oakwood Cemetery. For the leads, get the incident data on the robbery. In our 1967 and my 0624.
So-
105 Richmond PD.
So I feel like, what's our main dude's name? Rupert.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Rupert
I think
Owens.
his dad got the watch from this car, gave it to his son.
Possibly.
That's like my initial like.
Which car?
Isn't that,
He carjacked a car.
the robbery?
Oh yeah, accomplice to a car theft. Yeah, handling stolen goods, resisting arrest, and failure to obey a police order.
This car was the Nazis' car.
When was Lily born?
Lily was born in 20 something. Oh, 34.
Okay, I think this shoots down my Nazi grandpa.
Oh, Nazi
Theory.
grandpa.
Well, Grandpa was 1911.
Yeah, but
So
the
you would
war
be-
was still going on. So he left Germany to fuck someone in America, then came back to Germany to steal the watch, then left Germany again.
No. They could have lived
Yeah.
in Germany. They could be secretly German.
Yeah, Rupert Owens, his grandpa could be the German.
That's true. Oh yeah, that's true. They could be German still, but they just left
Yeah.
as a family. Because Kurt doesn't say he had doesn't say anything about him having a.
But yeah, those bomb
For old
fuses-
Rupert's floozy, who's found out the true value of watch.
Rupert is still very much alive and very much
Yes.
an idiot.
very much.
Well, he probably needed money.
Okay, so our leads right now. We have a whole bunch of cards. Do we just like start grabbing cards?
No,
Is that what we do,
no,
or
we
do
choo-
we?
Don't look.
No, I'm looking at the numbers.
Because we choose one to do and then we do it.
Okay, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is we just start grabbing cards because we have 103, 108, 119,
But
138,
We're not supposed to. You don't like draw them all out.
115, and 105.
You choose one to do.
Yes.
You pull it out and then you do it.
Yeah, that's
So
what I'm saying.
which
We
one
just
do you
start-
wanna do?
Yeah.
I thought I was handling the cards.
Well, I was just curious on what's happening.
Well,
Well,
okay.
Fuck off, you dick.
Well, next thing we're doing is picking a card, and
All
we're
right.
gonna do the card and do what it says on the card.
Our leads. We have evidence storage in 103 at the headquarters. We have interrogate Rupert Owens at 108 at headquarters. We have interrogate auction house owners at 119 fieldwork. Michael Slater funeral, that is later. Seek out the assistance of a history consultant concerning Kurt Blutholz, 115 at headquarters.
That's at headquarters.
Or get the incident data on the robbery for number 105 at Richmond PD.
Well, I definitely think we should do at least
Which
something
robbery
at
was
headquarters.
this was the robbery. This was his dad's robbery.
Yeah, yeah.
So we're thinking that was.
Well, that's James's theory.
My-
He stole it from the Nazi car.
Yeah, my initial, like, without putting too much thought into it,
Yes.
is that
My initial is Nazi grandpa.
it's possible. I think the watch was in the car. It's not necessarily that the Owens have a connection with the Nazi guy, but that, or even that the car was necessarily the Nazis. Maybe there was another third party, but that he got the watch from the car, gave it to his son.
Yeah, so there's two ways we can go about this. We can either track back, so starting from Kurt, the Nazi, and then tracking where the watch went that way, or we can start with Rupert and,
Yeah,
track. We can either track back or track forward.
I agree. Those are because my two choices for me were either talk to Rupert or talk to the history person.
Yeah.
Well, we are in headquarters right now.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
and those are both in headquarters.
yeah. Do you think we should look at the?
Honestly, I would say get the robbery data before talking to Rupert.
Yeah, which is at Richmond.
And 103 is evidence storage
That's
for
the watch.
The watch.
That's probably the watch. I'm guessing that's the watch.
So I guess it's for So 103 has the watch. I think for Rupert Owens, we should check out his father's robbery before, because I think we could get insight to possibly the watch. Of course, history consultant about the Nazi. And then probably after we learn a little bit about the watch, we can, I don't know, field work for the auction house owners.
I'm also wondering, this is kind of metagaming a little bit, but I'm wondering if it would technically benefit us to learn about the watch the robbery first, because it's not like we can actually ask Rupert specific questions.
Right, yeah.
We're just reading what the card says. So it might just benefit us from a game wise because we don't have to move.
Well, I mean there might be like dialogue options on there or something. Or like before, like if you have this, you can do this.
It's possible.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Do we just want
My vote is to talk to the history because I'm a history nerd.
history nerd? Because it'd either be the history person or the daddy's robbery for me.
I would say because we're already at headquarters, let's talk to the history person.
Okay. Give me
What?
115.
It's 115.
115.
115. Alrighty.
I'm going to just go ahead and backspace this because we're following up on a lead.
Or I was gonna say maybe keep it, but like highlight it or something.
I don't know if I can highlight it.
Move forward the track. 2 hours. Rubenbeck arrives out of breath and with a whole portfolio of documents under his arm. He is drenched from head to toe due to heavy rain, which has been slashing the windows of the Antares headquarters from early morning, causing traffic jams throughout the whole city. It was a miracle that he protected the documents from the downpour. He ran from the parking lot holding a briefcase under the umbrella. He asks for a cup of coffee, a hot cup of coffee, and a towel. A soggy coat and hat land on the chair. He says that you have to hurry because in 2 hours he must return to the university. You prepare 2 coffees. Their cheap aroma spreads over the room and follows you to the top floor. Instead of sitting with the professor in one of the small conference rooms on your floor, you take him to a small, cramped room at the end of the corridor, a secret hiding place only known to a few people from the department. You wink at Brunbeck, pull out a pack of cigarettes, and put an ashtray on the table. Brunbeck smiles and takes out a small box of tobacco for his pipe. He sips his coffee and begins to talk about Blutholt's story while he prepares his smoke. Read 116. There's not much about Blutholtz in our files. He graduated with honors from the Ludwig Maximilian University in Munich. In the
Honors Ludwig, what?
Ludwig Maximilian University in Munich. From 1935, he belonged to the Nazi Party. On April 24th, 1942, the Society of Emperor Frederick in Berlin appointed the Central Research Institute and named him as the director of the institute. A young, ambitious, and very capable member of the Nazi Party, he was the ideal candidate. A year later, in 1943, he was sent to German-occupied Posen, where he was deployed as the head of the Cancer Statistics Department, a fictional moniker that we suppose to camouflage the basic goal of the institute, advanced research in transplantology. We do not have much information from this period. One can only guess what atrocities were done under the research. The last piece of information we have about him is that he fled south to Austria after the war under the fictitious name of Buchmann, Buchmann. I suspect that he then went to Italy and just dissolved into thin air like many other criminals who traveled in that direction. The German criminals generally bribed soldiers to guarantee their passage across the border. They paid with stolen pre-war jewelry, gold, and anything else of value. Then they disappeared. And we have a dig deeper option, which is learn more about the Spider organization.
Well, we already have, by looking up those cases, we already have more Spider stuff, so I don't think we really need to...
Is that what you think of? Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
Because we have a whole Wikipedia article.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that goes to
This side.
that side. Although, if we want later, we can go back to it
Okay.
by the end of the day.
Yeah.
Oh, is NSDAP the Nazi Party?
The National Socialist Democratic Workers' Party, or whatever it was fucking called. I forget.
Okay. So next, I'll say for me personally, My vote would be to interrogate Rupert now. I know Darren.
I think
wants to go.
I think we should get, because we might find
It's true,
is the watch.
but we also just have a limited amount of time.
Yeah. Well, also, it is only day 1.
It is. Well, we only have 4 days.
Yeah, that's true.
Let me put.
End of day 4, yeah.
We only have 4 days. And it's already 11. If we go to Richmond, that's 1 hour plus probably 2 hours, which gets us to 3. And we'd have to pretty much end the day early. You know what I mean?
Right.
Because who knows how long whatever is there is going to take.
Yeah.
Does just like tell us to fucking look it up?
No.
Why'd you look at it?
Because I'm curious.
Well, we're not supposed to. Like,
Oh darn! He looked at it.
I didn't even look at, like...
all I'm saying is, it's more information you're not technically supposed to know.
I think this would
No, because...
go over there.
No, because
Or
we don't
need
have
to-
that side. We need both
Okay, I
sides.
see. Oh, so these are the ones that we decided not to.
Yeah.
All right.
So, what was it? Because there's another one at the headquarters, though. Look at the watch, right?
Yeah.
Evidence storage at 103. Interrogate at 108.
So, I'd say if we don't want to interrogate him yet, then I'd say we should look at the watch. Because,
Yeah, my vote is either look at the watch or flip this over. Because I think there's maybe more information there.
I'd say no. Oh no. So right, we'd be asking the history guy.
We'll be asking the history guy.
yeah, because if.
But it's either we'll either get
So, we'd spend one of these babies, in which we only have 2 for this entire case.
Yeah, but we have 2 as opposed to 1 for every other thing.
It is true. So, we spend one of
And-
these.
Like, he has an ability that can get us stuff back, and you have an ability that can get us stuff back.
That's true. I don't think this is the worst idea to dig deeper, but I do kind of agree. Assuming that that description is accurate, of that, it's just going to tell us more about the spider people. That we do have a whole Wikipedia article at our disposal to learn about them.
Right.
Because we, kind of get the...
Right, but see, it could, because it could give us, this is kind of mitigating, more information about the character, like, this fictional character. It might maybe give us some clues that he was, like, affiliated with this guy, or knew this guy, or
Well, because
they have tattoos of spiders, or something like that.
Well, I think it's just going to talk about, they have tattoos of spiders and they work at getting them. It's probably going to imply that he came to the United States or something.
It could, but we don't know.
But we don't know.
And I'm really curious.
I mean, that's a good point, Olivia. What do you think, Darren?
I mean, yeah, it could be either. It could be just specific stuff, or
Because it even mentioned, it's like, they bribe with stuff and even jewelry. And I'm thinking, did he give some soldier a watch now?
Oh yeah. So yeah, I'm guessing it might be,
Because it might not even be.
Because they would be too young to have fought in the war, because his father was born in 1930. So he would only be 15. But Owens may have aided, or in having him escape.
Yeah, but we don't know. That's and my thing is we don't know like even what a dig deeper card kind of looks like. So I was hoping we could use that now and then figure that out and kind of see how that goes.
I mean,
if you don't want to do it, then we can move on. But
I'm okay with trying it, especially because it's the first one. To see,
I mean, yeah, whatever. Yeah, it's just
because he is right that you do have your ability can add more, and
oh yeah.
what is your ability, James?
I spend an authority to dig deeper on a card that we previously didn't.
Ah.
Sure. I mean, why not? Let's go ahead and
Here.
With every minute of this tale, it's clearer to you that if this German escaped from Poland and reached the States, you have a serious problem. The case is beginning to take a nasty turn and play out according to the darkest scenario. After all, this watch did not cross this organization on its own. And this organization, Spider, you asked Bubenbeck. Spider is an organization founded by Otto Skorzeny. You can Wikipedia that.
yeah.
He was a hidden.
Okay. All right. So we're allowed to
Wikipedia Otto Skorzeny. Yeah. He was hiding the assets of the SS and German industrialists and transferring German criminals through the Vatican to Argentina and Bolivia. One of the routes led through the Brenner Pass. Wikipedia, internetable. On the Italian-Austrian border. Our own Operation Undertone, Wikipedia, had finished in this region on May 4th, 1945. It was the last step. And we can add one authority to the pool.
Nice.
and Operation Undertone.
It's going to be like an Operation Paperclip. The large assault by the U.S. 7th and the 12th groups the Allied invasion of Germany.
I mean, yeah, we got a whole bunch on Skorzeny here.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. So this Operation Undertone is just the
Yeah, Skorzeny was Austrian-born German lieutenant colonel in the SS during World War II. He has a number of operations, including removal from power of Hungarian regent Miklos Horthy and Grand Sasso raid, which rescued Benito Mussolini from captivity. Operation Grief, in which German soldiers infiltrated Allied lines by using the opponent's uniforms, equipment, and language and customs. Escaped from German camp in 1948, hiding out in a Bavarian farm, as well as Salzburg and Paris, before eventually settling in Spain. Yeah, it's just died of lung cancer in 1975.
find and page.
So yeah, it's just a huge list of.
Is it Brenner Pass?
Brenner Pass.
That's right.
No, nothing on Brenner Pass. And...
We can look up Brenner Pass.
Yes, you can look up Brenner Pass.
What'd they say about Brenner Pass? No, I'll read it.
Okay. It's a modern European restaurant that's closed.
Yeah,
yeah, Pog, dude.
You know what's weird though?
What?
It's in Richmond, Virginia.
Wasn't in Richmond, Virginia.
The restaurant and where this game takes place.
You know what? Right, we can Google Brenner Pass.
Yeah, it's the first thing that comes up when you Google Brenner Pass.
One of the routes read through the Brenner Pass.
But we don't have to go to the Wikipedia Brenner Pass.
No.
We're able to look up Brenner Pass.
You just have to keep your searches related to Brenner Pass. And this is in Richmond, Virginia. So
It's really weird.
there's no way that's a coincidence.
Yeah.
Location 3200 Rockbridge Street, Suite 100, Richmond, Virginia.
But the Brenner Pass is a
So technically we can go to their Twitter because it's part of Brenner Pass.
I'd say yeah. Because one of the routes led through the Brenner Pass on the Italian-Austrian border. But then there's also a restaurant called Brenner Pass in Richmond, Virginia, which is where this is happening. Can we visit Brenner Pass in the game?
Right.
Does anyone actually live in Richmond, Virginia other than racists? No, I'm sure.
Only Nazis that escaped Germany. That's all that lives in Richmond,
Richmond, Virginia has a very deep German population heritage.
It's right next to a Wawa. Nice.
A what?
A Wawa.
A Wawa?
A Wawa.
All right, Operation Undertone was a Tsar Palatinate offensive. Was the largest assault by U.S. 7th, 3rd, and French 1st Armies of the U.S. 6th and 12th Army groups, as well as part of the Allied invasion of Germany in March 1945 during World War II. Force 3 Corps was to attack abreast from Saarbrücken, Germany, along with a 75-kilometer section to a point southeast of Haguenau, France.
Haagen-Dazs, France.
Yeah, Hagen-Dazs. A narrow strip along the Rhine leading to extreme northeastern corner of Alsace at Lauterburg was to be cleared by division of the French First Army.
At Whataburger?
Yeah, at the Wawa.
The Whataburger. The Waterburger.
Went to a Whataburger. Mark Wahlberg.
The Wahlburger.
It's in a really weird place too, dude.
What
Dude,
the-
this restaurant's sus.
It's
This restaurant's
sus.
really sus.
Like,
Oh, do
how
you
is
think
it-
it's like a fake restaurant?
That would be funny, but I don't think so. I think it's just a very good restaurant that
That
is.
I mean, it has 487 Google reviews.
I wouldn't put it past a game developer who wants to add like some IRL element. I would do that. Fake restaurant, fake reviews.
I don't know. I mean,
It's a modern European restaurant.
you want some chicken liver mousse?
Yeah.
Can you see the restaurant from Google Street View?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. It's sus. Look it up.
This is, it's just like office buildings, it looks like.
It's an office building, and then behind it are old warehouses.
Wait, what's the address of what's the name of the game?
Detective.
No, but the designers.
Oh, I don't know.
Like what company?
I don't know. It's a bunch of polls. Was definite. Ignacy was the name of the guy that did one of the head developers.
Ryan Ignacy. Portal Games. Oh, they're from Poland. I was gonna say, if the publisher was based in Richmond, Virginia, at that restaurant. Oh wait, no, they have a sign. Dang
Yeah.
it.
Yeah. Like, no, like, this is legitimately a restaurant, James.
Well,
This is-
the way John was talking about it made it sound like he couldn't
no.
find it on Google Street View, and like, you know what I mean?
Oh, no, it's
there.
It's legit, but it's kind of sus.
It is still
It's
sus.
in a really weird area, man.
Because I was fully on board, and honestly, even if it is a real restaurant, I'm still like, I wonder what if they like worked with them to like add something to their website that you can find. But I would 100% believe that they would put a fake, like this reference to the Brenner Pass, and then create a fake restaurant called the Brenner Pass in Richmond, Virginia.
That'd be absolutely fantastic.
I can't find the Wawa anymore, though. This is a shame. See, that made it sense because it's like, like a Wawa is like it's kind of like a speedway.
I mean,
Who doesn't?
it would get a lot of media attention.
Yeah, and we all know, like, no,
All publicity is
all
good
publicity is
publicity.
good publicity. Sir, you have been buying up all this Nazi propaganda in memorabilia.
Don't worry about it.
Do you want soup out of a Nazi helmet?
It's a soup out of a steel helm.
I mean, it's just right here.
Yeah.
Does it cost time to drive places?
Yeah, it
Yes.
costs an hour to drive places.
You want to check out 103?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I'm saying.
I mean, they serve weird food. This place doesn't exist. I am 100%. This is just a joke on Richmond, Virginia. Richmond, Virginia is just pulling a little sneaky on us.
Do you want me to read this one, John? If you want to keep reading on that.
No, I can read it. Sorry, I need to. Yep. Okay. Advance the time. 1 hour. Antares evidence storage is a huge hangar back from when the police station was still located here. The police station was moved and the evidence storage stayed. The agency pumped a ton of money into it, added a second hall, automated as much as was possible, and rigged everything with the Antares computer system. Log into the system, enter the ID number, case number, and verification code, then immediately go to the virtual evidence storage. There are 2 items attached to this case. In the picture, next to the watch, there is also a cigar box.
Wait.
The watch,
So this is just like pictures?
I guess.
All right.
The watch,
There's a watch and a cigar box.
yep, the watch must have been kept inside it. Where did it come from? Interesting.
Interesting.
Watch.
See, Olivia, while that's funny to you, I feel like some people might find that traumatic.
It's time to collect both of the items personally. The system informs you that you can collect both of them within 37 minutes from box 21 in section 2 of the magazine. You choose the SMS confirmation, and after a while you get a barcode to open the box. You log out of the system and quickly go grab a bite at the Antares cafeteria. A Greek salad, coffee, and a bottle of water.
Write that down, write that down.
Write it down, write it down. You go to evidence storage. Read 121.
Jitler. In Spanish, put in a German accent.
Evidence. Opened man's pocket watch. Description. Case body with 22 karat gold ornamentation. Clear. Poured and polished glass. A crack halfway from 2 o'clock. Porcelain dial. Broken mechanism. Spring type. Swiss. Inscription on the lid. Honor. A god. Honor. Homeland. In Polish.
Wait, a god?
God, honor, homeland. In Polish. Dimensions. Weight, 33.3 ounces. Diameter, 2.5 inches. Value, $25,000. Mechanoscopic expertise. Numerous scratches. A slight dent in the hinges of the envelope.
No. Oh, yeah.
There is no
Yeah, just let's turn over. Yeah.
evidence. Cigar box. Description. Wooden box produced in 1940 by Duke's Decree. DeCercy. Sorry, Duke's
How do you spell
DeCercy.
that?
DeCrcy.
No, Dukes, Dukes.
Duke's, yep.
All right.
Good condition. In the middle, cardboard insert lined with cotton. Apothecary. Dimensions: 9.5 by 6 inches. Estimated value: $15. Mechanoscopic expertise: from the cotton wool and corners of the box, a series of micro traces of dirt and dust particles have been collected. Further leads: you can take the watch in the box of the laboratory to examine them and look for fingerprints.
Does it have a number?
Yep. 102. The lab.
Take box and watch for fingerprints. You said it was what?
102.
102.
The lab.
The lab. Okay.
So, options.
We can do that.
Yep.
We can interrogate the guy,
Yep.
or we can talk to the store owners, or we can get information about the robbery.
I'd say robbery over interrogation.
Yeah, and I would say I put the store owners at the bottom
Yeah.
because
When you say store owners, you mean auction house owners?
yeah,
Yes.
auction house. Because what are they gonna say? Yeah, he sold it to us. We found out we put it in the database.
I mean,
Shit.
I think I think they would come after we talk to him
Yeah.
to cross-reference what he says.
Yeah.
So I'm still on board with staying just because it'll take less time. But we also got to remember if we can spend an hour every day to write a report and we get another one of these. But we can't do that in overtime,
Yeah.
I believe. I'll double
That is
check
correct.
that. Okay.
I mean, we could, but like we haven't used any yet, so it's like
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm not too worried about that.
Yeah, I agree with Darren. I think we should either go to the lab or go to case files. I mean, we could stay here, but
Because it takes us an hour no matter where we go, right?
there's
Yeah.
one thing here. Yeah, it takes an hour.
Yeah. So we have one thing in field work. Literally, we have one thing in field work. We have one thing in the police department, one thing in the lab, one thing in the headquarters.
And I think we should just stay because especially my idea is we stay, we do it, hope it only takes an hour, and then go to the police department and do that. And then tomorrow we'll be back here
Well, what time does it day end?
4.
Oh. Unless we decide to go to overtime.
Yeah.
And then what downsides does overtime have?
We have 7 stress. We can only do 7 hours the entire case, and if we
Okay.
use them, then we're done.
Okay.
Yeah.
And if we go someplace and it's like
Is
like
this,
so,
is this our stress right here?
Yeah.
Yep. So if we go to Richmond, it takes 1 hour, and then it takes 4 hours to do it. Then we have to use a stress.
Yeah. And on top of that, each stress we have at the end of the game is minus 1 point.
Oh, so all right, counts up. All right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it counts up.
Because so once we hit 7, I believe is when we hit 7 stress or go over 7 stress.
I think it's hit 7.
So once we hit 7, then it's not like we lose, but we have to end our investigation and go to like the final thing where we answer the questions about
Okay.
the case.
Mia did what? Mia was a Nazi in Germany. Like, there's
I
no.
believe it.
The thing is that like this is kind of a weird case because it's not really a crime. Like, it's
Oh, the crime is you sold a $25,000 watch for $5,000.
yeah.
It's kind of sus.
The crime is this is stolen property.
Yeah. Well, and
Really, what they're
And-
upset
and-
about is the fact that a Nazi might have been in the United States.
Yeah. There's like no crime. This is like, oh, this is kind of sus.
Yeah.
Weird.
Yeah, and so like pretty much what would happen is that if this was just from a criminal standpoint, and we didn't care about all this Nazi bullshit, they would just take the watch back. The police would just take the watch back and give it to the right owners,
Yeah.
and then everyone's out the money. But whatever.
Sure. I mean, it's
Sure.
probably going to be too late. So I wonder if the lab takes more than one day.
They said it takes a while.
oh yeah, did it mention the lab?
We can take the box and watch for fingerprints to 102 the lab. 102 the lab.
It gave like
We play everything that makes
All
you question.
the hits. The only reason
question
you're
your
saying
existence.
Mia is a Nazi is because I'm playing her and you think I'm a Nazi. No, you don't think. I hope you
I
don't
mean,
think
John confirmed for Nazi.
I'm not a
I
Nazi.
mean, he said he
That's
was.
exactly what a Nazi would say.
Shit.
Oh, wait. What's this? Huh. Oh, is it in a frame? Is it not in a frame?
I don't know what that means either. Fuck you. What are you looking for, James?
Where it like said, "Oh, these things usually take about this amount of time."
Back to the lab again. Oh,
But now, of course, it's impossible to find it.
we have friends. It's just getting everyone together to be able to stream Secret Hitler.
Yeah. No one wants to show up on a Saturday night because I guess they have better things to do on a Saturday night. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, here we go. Yeah, the lab cutting edge technology and information specialists greatly increase your efficiency, but nevertheless, examining evidence can take up to 4 hours.
Oh, okay.
So it would probably be the last thing we do today.
Also, what does it say in the book that it takes an hour to go anywhere?
Uh,
I mean, it makes
it
sense.
says throughout.
Throughout?
Yeah. Yeah, when you move, so move the IT marker to an appropriate location on the board and move the time marker one space forward to represent the travel time.
Do you have to go adjacent spot, or can you just
No.
like go across? All right.
You go anywhere. You go anywhere, and it takes an hour every time.
So I'm guessing what we might be able to do, like, and we start at the headquarters every day.
Yep, except on day 3, which we can start at the police department.
Yes. So I'm honestly still on board with doing the lab thing. If we're gonna do it anyway,
If we're gonna do it, we should do it now.
yeah, because we have 4 hours left in the day.
Yeah. I'm game with lab. Do you want to do lab?
Sure,
Damon?
yeah.
Okay. So go to the lab. What was lab? Was
102.
102.
102 the lab.
well-
Lab.
What?
I forgot that the lab was a different place, so we might go hit overtime then.
Yep, we might.
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, it's just fingerprints.
102.
Yep,
102.
How long?
3 hours.
Hey, perfect.
It's been pouring rain for an hour already. The city is still. You take the back streets to avoid most of the congested part of the city center. You scan your ID at the entrance. The computer welcomes you and invites you inside.
Welcome.
You take the elevator to the fourth floor, walk through a glass door, and enter the clean world of the White Lab.
Just like nothing happened.
Tonk.
Thanks, fifth time today.
yeah. Thum.
You log into the lab bench, give the signatures of the evidence materials, tick off the range of research you need, and add a high priority procedure, and wait for the technician. After a while, in comes a young girl. She puts the watch and
Why is there a child here?
Why is
Here
this-
comes a young girl. Just
You
a
know
kid.
where my mommy is? I need these reports!
No!
She puts the watch and the cigar box into separate containers and secures them. The screen with your request turns blue.
What's a cigar?
Data accepted for analysis.
Oh, no, the computer blue screened.
Notification of status and access code will be sent by email. The girl leaves. You have some extra time. take an elevator to the information center on the third floor. They grab a coffee and a sandwich, and you sit at a laptop on one of the free desks. Reports, emails, Wikipedia, and reading up on old Polish watches. Finally, you get a notification. They're done with the analysis. You go back to the 4th floor, log in, and input the access code. You have your results. Read 126.
Oh, this better not take time.
7 hours.
36 hours.
No time.
Cigar box results. Evidence. Fingerprints on top of cigar box. Clear fingerprints of both hands. SD. ASFG 8898U.
Can't see that.
Yeah. ASFG 889GU.
What, you couldn't pick up on that?
Yeah.
So y'all watching the Winter Olympics?
Nope. Are you?
No, I'm watching I am watching highlights. Do you remember a while ago? And not that you have ever watched the Winter Olympics, but this was kind of like a viral thing when it happened, and since
Okay.
when they the video of the American
Thank you.
snowboarder, whose name is Lindsay Jacobellis, I believe, in snowboard cross, she was like well in the lead, and then this was like 2006, I believe, that Winter Olympics. She went off the last jump, did like a trick, and then wiped out.
Oh.
Yeah.
What do you mean I'm waiting for Facebook.com? What am I waiting for Facebook.com?
Redirecting you to Facebook. Of course.
You better not have.
Well, hey, she won this year.
Good for her.
So it's taking her a bit to get back, but yeah.
Gold?
Yeah, gold. She won. She won the race. So everyone, like the announcers talking about it. She was like, finally, and she was freaking out.
Yeah.
It was like redemption.
Yeah.
Shaun White got 4th.
He still snowboards?
This was his last year.
Okay.
Yeah, he does or did.
Oh.
This is his last one. He's retiring now.
Well, he probably will still snowboard, just not.
Oh yeah, like on his own time.
Not for the Olympics.
Yeah, well, he probably won't. I mean, I don't know. I haven't like read up on it, but he's probably like retiring from competitive snowboarding entirely. But yeah, he still does. He got 4th.
Did he ever win a gold?
All the time.
Okay.
He's like the most decorated snowboarder.
Sure, what?
I know this isn't. The game didn't tell me I could look this up, but I'm gonna look up about Shaun White. How many?
Shaun White.
Too bad Rupert Owens.
Not particularly. It's not a huge turn on or turn off. I mean, I have close preferences, but like,
I mean, I got preferences, but
Can I get just like a medal total? Like over his career?
but I mean, like, it's not like that big of a deal as long as it's like clean, or isn't like, I see my date has come up in a full Nazi uniform. I think this is a red flag. This is what they call.
Never mind. It's a red armband.
Oh, oh no.
All right, so I don't know. It's because I got signatures, but it won't let me add them.
Mm-hmm.
And the first one is 1 digit more than Rupert Owens. Rupert Owens is ASFFGH9876YU, not 8876YU. So I know. So just go ahead. I guess we'll keep that as.
Okay, check if there's any errata on the website. Maybe they screwed up.
Their website's horrible.
Yeah, I assumed. Read 107. Okay. Yeah. How old are their parents? Results from watch. Evidence. Fingerprints on
Hold on.
the watch. Old. Well preserved.
Whoa. All right. Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, just go ahead.
I'm just gonna read them and then I'll hand you
Yeah.
the card. Old. Well preserved. A clear fingerprint of the left ring finger. Evidence. Fingerprints on the watch. Fresh. A clear fingerprint of the right hand thumb and left index finger. Evidence. Fingerprint on the watch. Old and damaged. Faulty fingerprints. Evidence. Fingerprint on the watch cartouche dial. A fragment of the ring fingerprint was obtained. There you go.
So he's won 3 gold medals at the Olympics.
Okay.
I guess out of the 4 that he's done, including this one, he won all 3 except for this one.
Can't check. Don't get that side.
That's something different. 107B is different.
Yep, you have to dig deeper on this card.
Oh, okay. All right.
But then he's won like a ton in the X Games.
Oh, okay, yeah.
All right.
Then you just go with something conservative, that's all. At least that's what I would do.
Okay. I'm going to leave the lab reports over here. Is there more over here? No, there's nothing over
No,
here.
this is the other lab report.
Yeah.
We can make sure it's all traces with computers.
All right. Do these reset? No, these don't. Never
They
reset,
do
right?
not reset.
No. But your abilities do every day. So what we could do, if we wanted to save this, we can I can use my ability and we can spend one of these to do it.
Spin one in appropriate skill.
Yes, do that.
To deeper that has already been resolved.
So we can say we resolve it and then I'll do it.
Yeah.
Oh, sure. And then
This goes away and then we
what's yours? Yours removes an X.
Spend 1 to remove an X. So we don't need to do it this time
Yeah,
because
so I can spend 2, and I can also add a wild.
why don't we
right.
wait to do that until
Well, it's just that these reset every day.
it's true, but we also can use these too. So we might want to have some of these on standby.
Yeah,
we
we'll
still have
some of
2.
them. Yeah.
I think that's fine. We'll do that and then we won't worry about it. And then we can get more authority.
Yeah, and then
Because next time we can
yeah.
tomorrow we can write a report and get 1.
Okay.
Okay. So can I read those then?
Yeah,
Is this going to be multi-stream? I mean, yeah, because it's kind of a campaign game.
yeah. It's a campaign game. There's 5 of them, so it should take us.
We'll play. I'm assuming we'll finish this.
You download the report on
this
the laptop
case.
and forward it to Antares. You're about to leave the lab when you suddenly think of something. You return to the living room, enter the signatures of the cigar box again, then enter the menu of the scope of the research and choose soil, seeds, and others. I wonder what they'll make out of from these seeds. High priority again. You wait, and a few minutes later you get the results. Evidence: seeds in a soil sample taken from cigar box. Seeds of Amelia Forsbergi, Florida tassel flower, occurring in the natural state only in Louisiana, Texas, California, and Hawaii. And then there's an SM number. There you go. And hand me the other one. Directive. What does it say? Directive.
I mean, it never says go to 107B.
Yeah, that's what's weird.
So maybe we don't.
It says read 107, and then yet nothing in here says go to 107B.
So maybe don't.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's weird. Okay, never mind. I'm not going to read it.
I think you might need to get an Ethernet adapter for this next time.
Mm-hmm.
That I can go off of Ethernet.
Ethernet.
Net.
Ethernet. But But
I
yeah,
thought they had a picture of their website. That's one. Oh, there it is. DetectiveBoardGame.com.
I was watching though, because they posted a lot of like full events, like of the summer games.
Mm-hmm.
I was just watching the climbing event. I thought that was pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's a lot of like,
Okay, all right.
it's a very much like a mind, like, and physical sport, especially one of the events. Because how they did it is like there's 3 like disciplines, and the competitors compete in all 3, and they like have a score system over the course of all 3, and whoever does the best is the winner. And one of them is called Boulder, and essentially it's like a relatively short climb, but it's like really technically challenging.
All right. What do you do for next day?
Okay,
So,
and they have like 6 minutes to try and like figure it out. It was really cool. Okay, end of the day. I think it's pretty simple. Let me days end. When the time marker reaches 4 p.m., you can either work overtime or end the day. You move the day marker to the next day on the day tracker. Reset the time tracker to 8 a.m. Move the IT marker back to headquarters. Sort notes and discuss what you have learned that day. Write down all possible leads to keep track of what is available to you.
So, unfortunately, we didn't get any new leads. We got seeds. We got prints.
do any of the prints match people, or?
Not yet. The only prints we have that are confirmed are Marcus Owens's.
Oh, Marcus's.
Yeah, good old Daddy Owens.
Mm-hmm.
And for some reason, I can't add in.
It's case sensitive.
It wasn't before.
I think it is.
Wait a minute. I enter that in, and then now I have a progress bar for Rupert. Wait.
Let me read what the database thing says again. You can read data from the database, log in, and type the name of the person.
Oh, yeah, all right, yeah, cool. Fingerprints on watch. All right, there we go.
Does it talk about the...
Okay, sorry, these are just unique identifiers. So...
Does it talk about the unique identifiers?
Matching evidence. The gold watch belonged to Marcus Owens at some point.
Oh yeah, matching evidence. When you encounter...
FJD, that's Marcus Owens.
I'll read the matching evidence thing again.
Yeah.
When you encounter a signature, visit the database, click signature button, then type the 12-character case-sensitive signature into the form. The system will automatically recognize the signature type and add a short description. You can add your own description as well, such as what the signature is related to, e.g., fingerprints on a knife on card 108. You have access to all signatures entered in the system at any point during the game. Signatures are divided into 3 categories: dactyloscopic, SD, DNA, sDNA, and material, SM, and they represent examined fingerprints, blood, hair, dirt, and many other types of evidence. The Antares Database can match evidence with various people of interest and with one another, giving you valuable data or even enabling an arrest.
Ooh.
It is not case sensitive. And if it is, it's case sensitive, lowercase, at least it has been.
It says...
Yes, I know what it says. But I'm telling you what I'm finding.
It says...
I don't give a fuck
The
what it says, James.
12-character case sensitive...
Literally none of them have been case sensitive yet.
Sensitive.
No, it's sensitive to the
signature.
case. This is
Yeah,
case 1.
It's case sensitive, like it's about the case.
It didn't find...
It's case sensitive.
Yeah, fuck off. C3U 224-63406 UV.
Yeah, it's case sensitive. According to
Okay, well, Darren entered Zeta and I'm playing Squirtle.
Squirtle.
It's Wordle, but for Pokemon.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, so what it does is it gives you the generation, the 2 types, and then its height and weight. You have to guess based on those. So I know it's a Gen 2. I've limited it down to Gen 2.
Wait, so how does it act like Wordle then? You know what I mean?
It's Wordle-like. Because you have to guess things, and there's only so many guesses.
Okay. Match restricted, access denied. Notice your match inquiry has been registered and transmitted to the Department of Defense in accordance with Directive 170/06. Dig deeper. Computer. Find more about Directive 170/06. Read 107B.
Yeah.
Yeah, use
Computer.
use computer, not the wild ones that Darren made.
Directive 170/06 is new to you. You do not know what it means. The identification attempt has been registered and transferred somewhere to the DoD. Apparently, you are meddling with intelligence affairs. This is the only explanation for the secrecy and restricted access of the fingerprints. You leave the White Laboratory, take the elevator to the underground parking lot, and get in the car. You don't know if you want to chase after this to try to find out more about the mysterious directive. You can always try another method to get the data. The military, Antares, and the police systems are all connected. Maybe a skilled specialist can bypass the blockade. Or it could possibly rub someone the wrong way. Further leads, follow the directive 101.
Ooh.
At headquarters.
We can do that tomorrow.
Yeah, we can do that tomorrow.
Let's see. Follow the directive.
Follow the memos.
Number 101, headquarters. Okay, did that... let's see, which one? That was the C. The C one added, yep, to that.
I think first thing in the morning we should write a report. Bump up our
You think so?
authority, and I'm going to tell you why. I'm worried that there might be an authority check when we start digging into the Department of Defense.
That's probably accurate.
So we could write a report, go to Richmond, and see what's going on over there, and then come back, and maybe over in Richmond we'll get a more authority.
Yeah, I think that's good, and then because then we can interrogate / follow this
Yeah.
path.
We haven't gotten any plot yet.
No, but they also said plot kind of means you're trailing off in the wrong direction.
That is true. But they say it's important for the late game.
That's true.
So that's kind of weird.
I'm very curious to see how this game plays out because I love like these like really like complexly designed games, you know.
Yeah.
So I'm very curious to see how it plays out, and I hope it is satisfying.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna be honest. I don't think I was really paying too much attention when we were talking about the box.
Yeah.
Was it Polish?
Doesn't sound it. It's from the time period, but it doesn't. It's Dukes. Decreasy.
Oh, we have a new person.
Ooh.
Oh, what did you do?
So fingerprints inside the cigar box, old, numerous, but partially worn off. That gave us a hit to a one Horatio Dawson.
Ooh. Horatio Dawson.
You gotta put that on the mind map. He's connected to the box.
Horatio Dawson. Surname names Dawson Horatio James. Born 1925, March 12th in White Springs, Texas. Died June 14th, 67 in Richmond, Virginia. Cause of death, murder during a robbery. Oh, you know what? Are we supposed to...
You can pull him out.
Yeah, here you go.
Oh, I see. You can use those on your pen board.
Yeah.
Yeah, so there's Horatio.
Horatio Dawson.
And I'm just going to look at the faces, because...
Yeah. That's the Nazi. We can pull him out.
There's Dad. There's him. Don't have a picture for Mother. I don't know if... Actually, I think we have a picture of him.
No,
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure they showed us the picture. Because when we looked at...
He's in the file. I can see him.
It's him.
Yeah, it's the SS guy.
It did just say like O2 on there or something?
No, it doesn't say anything on
But
there.
when we looked up his name, it was this picture. So here's the pictures.
Okay.
Alright, also we have fingerprints, so I'm going to add to match.
This is Horatio. Let's put
So this is Horatio.
this is Rupert or the guy.
This is Rupert.
That's his dad.
That's his dad. That's the Nazi. That's Horatio. No one can see it except us.
Except us.
Okay.
As all things should be. I am trying
So-
to...
The thing is that remember that plant, one of the places it grows is Texas.
Yes, true.
So his boss.
Yeah,
So I'm telling you, I was right. They got it from the car. It's not
Louisiana,
nec-
Texas, California, and Hawaii.
So
Yeah, I think you're right. Oh, this is weird. Okay, so here's my running theory right now.
Okay.
Ready for me to lay this down?
I'm ready for you to lay this down.
He escaped not to America, but some other country.
Okay.
He bribed this man with the watch to get out. Later, he was murdered by this guy who got in prison and gave it to his son, and his son gave it to the place, and the place... That's what's happening.
Did it say where Horatio was born?
Texas.
Texas.
He was born in Texas.
Yep.
So,
1925.
but so how did they get in contact?
He was murdered during a
World War.
robbery
During
in
the war.
1967.
Oh, I get what you're saying.
Horatio
Yes.
was murdered during a robbery in 1967. A robbery of what? A car? Maybe.
Wait, when was the... Oh, no, we have to look that
Daddy
up.
died in 68.
But
You can go back to his... What was
One
his-
second,
Yeah.
because it takes a while. I
This
did
website.
Yeah, well, it's because I'm using all my bandwidth to have my screen on there. So,
Right.
Identifying marks: irregular scarring under the shoulder blade, a scar on the neck from a cut, military tattoo on the right shoulder, appearing with the motto "7 Steps to Hell," searchable.
7. Searchable...
7 steps
internet.
to hell. United States 7th Army.
Oh, fuck. That's Operation...
Yes, Undertone.
That's
Okay.
Operation Undertone. That
Yeah,
Seventh Army
yes,
was
he was part of Undertone.
This is
right?
exactly that's what happened.
And 6 stars. So military tattoo, pyramid with motto, 7 Sons of Hell, and 6 stars. Criminal record, 1967, for an assault on the retired Colonel Samuel L. Brown, released due to charges being dropped. Murder during a robbery, police files number, blah, 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 blah. Additional data, shoe size, 11 and a half. Weight, 181 pounds. Oh, this boy's a Chad. He is 6 feet tall.
Yeah.
Brown hair, brown eyes, gray hair.
Well, probably when he was dead, he had gray
Further
hair.
leads. Oh, we got. Okay.
Oh, and a new person.
Wait a minute. Yes, new leads. 105. Which is the same instant data as Daddy.
Mm-hmm.
So, boom. Get Dawson's personal file from the official military personnel's files at headquarters, which is number 113.
No, I wasn't born yet.
But close.
And the personal file of Samuel Brown.
Wait, who's Sam Brown?
Sam Brown is number 3 here.
How is he related?
Yeah, how was
Brown
he?
Samuel Jerome Brown, born 1912, place of birth Frederick, Maryland.
Oh, was he? He was the lieutenant.
Date of
that
death,
Horatio assaulted.
July 19th, 1985, in Lewistown, Maryland, in a car accident. Height, medium. Blue eyes, dark hair, O-type, negative. Scar on the right arm. Addendum. A retired American Army colonel, World War II veteran in 1946, charged with fraud, corruption, and falsifying reports. He would have been early 30s in World War II. Restored to service in 1949 after being found not guilty by court-martial. In December 1949, he left the service. System notification. Due to clerical error, there's previously a wrong date of death in 1992 in Samuel Brown's files. The error was later corrected after the file was synchronized with the coroner's data. So, this Samuel Brown guy
Yes.
was in the Army, a colonel in 1946, charged with fraud, corruption, and falsifying reports. Who may have been linked to Horatio in the 7th Army.
I would 100%. I 100% agree with you. These two guys are linked. I bet he was a colonel in the 7th Army.
And then Horatio...
Or did he do it?
One of them did it, and then the other one found out, and they fought.
Yeah.
Is essentially what I'm getting.
Right. No more leads.
No more leads.
Because they said his charges were dropped. So either he did it and they like broed him out,
Yeah.
or he framed him and they figured out he didn't do it.
Either or. I think it's.
Although
if
if he did it, I think it would have been in his file.
Right. Well, they might have just closed the case after.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That he did it and they swept it under the rug and didn't actually.
Okay. So these come off because
Yep.
we're on a new day?
Yep.
All right. We have...
So now with that information, let's recap because now we
Okay.
have more information.
Okay.
That what we have, we have those guys now that we think definitely one of them got the watch from him, moved to the United States. See, I think he had it. He had it.
Yeah.
So it had to have been
It
him.
was in his possession at some time.
So
But wait, how did this guy come up? Did it come up through his case files or through fingerprint data?
So it was fingerprint data on Horatio Dawson, and that was from the lab, Cigar box.
Olivia, I think you're on. It was definitely Mia.
justifying questions about MIA's alibi because it's Mia's alibi because of her. All right. So Horatio, he had his fingerprints on the cigar box.
Okay.
And through Horatio's personal file was linked Brown's file.
Okay.
Because
So, but there is no there is no like physical data, physical evidence for Sam Brown touching the watch or the cigar box.
no,
Not
that we have.
as right now, but there was that fingerprints on the cartouche dial that was
Denied.
denied, restricted from 170/06.
Did we get any in that partial data? Like the something like there's a bunch of X's.
I didn't put in the partial data. Because I figured I can't. But you know what? Let me XUXX56 XHXX8X. Let's see if it comes up with anything.
But so now I'm wondering maybe they were working together or something.
Okay,
Maybe.
yeah, fingerprint. It just comes up fingerprints and watch. No match.
Okay. Well, we'll keep them for now because it's in the evidence. Okay.
And then so dad stole it, gave it to his son. Dad was gonna snitch, but got killed before he could.
So what's the plan? So what do we have for
leads?
for leads?
Okay, I'm going to do it by location.
Yeah.
Interrogate Rupert, headquarters.
Yep.
Follow directive, headquarters. Dawson's personal file from the official military personnel files, headquarters. Interrogate auction house owners 119. Fieldwork.
Good work.
Funerals tomorrow, and incident data on the robbery at Richmond PD.
I really think we should go see that incident data now.
Okay, so
That's my vote.
So, do we want to hold off on the personnel files? Hold off on the directive, but we check out the personnel files, and then we get the police data? Is that what we want to do? Oh, what's up, Jared? Welcome back. We are trying to figure out the case of the Golden Watch.
Yeah.
Some Nazi.
Spoiler
had
alerts, it's Nazis.
Spoiler alerts. Right at the beginning of the file of the game, it's like, oh yeah, by the way, Nazis. It's like, oh,
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, this
Okay.
took a turn quick.
So here's what I'll say, and I'm not like married to this, so I'm not gonna like super stand my ground. Just an idea, just a thought, because we just to maximize time efficiency, we could just stay at the headquarters and do the stuff there. Because tomorrow we start at Richmond PD,
yeah.
so we'll already be there. But I also understand wanting to do that first, just because it makes sense to get that information now. So if like that's what you both want to do, I'll be like fine with that. It's just
I do
in
want
my-
to poke at the directive because I find that very interesting.
It's an AI dungeon mystery game where I named my character Detective Richard Dick Johnson. Dick.
Yeah,
Dick,
Olivia,
dick.
that gotta can't say that.
Can't say that. Please stop saying that word.
Just essentially, it's Mia, a Nazi who owns a Hitler-themed Chuck E. Cheese restaurant in Richmond, Virginia. So yeah, we do have 3 things in headquarters. We could do a directive, of course. Definitely personnel files, and I think at this point we could interrogate Rupert Owens.
Yeah.
Who's being detained in headquarters.
He's been detained for 2 days.
The second day he's at least been detained for existing, pretty much.
Yeah,
And
because
he's gonna be like, "Look, it was my dad's," and we're gonna be like, "Yeah, we know."
right.
Okay, I'm fine with...
Sorry, I was just because it's travel there and back is 2 hours,
Yeah.
and we only have 8.
Okay, so I'm fine with doing the Rupert.
Yeah. Let's start.
Wait, we could check personnel files.
Yeah. I was about to say
Yeah.
let's start with the personnel files first. See what we get from there, because that's something we definitely want to do.
Okay.
I believe
What number is it?
113.
This is going to be a Nazi conspiracy.
Heck yeah.
All right.
1 second. Let me get in.
Don't show
line
the back.
here.
There's something on the back. Don't
Yeah.
show it.
Well, it's a free flip.
Oh, okay. We're good.
We're 113, and I can get rid of this over here.
Yes, we
Okay.
can, but you can't. That's how this works. But yeah, Jared, this is like a mystery game. It's like
Oh, cool.
like a very like they have like a ton of different cards, and you have to like read the cards in specific orders and get information that way. And it also connects to a website that Darren's pulling up. That we get information from that website. We can enter stuff into the website and get new information that way. And at the end of the 4 days of in-game time, we have to essentially take a quiz on what we think happened, and based on our score on that, it'll determine if we won or not. Which I think is a cool. I like that better than like the choose your own adventure thing, where it's like, oh, you win. You
Oh,
found
cool.
the
Yeah,
right thing.
thanks.
It's like you actually have to like come up with the answers yourself.
Yep.
Right.
The computer on the desk behind you looks for connections between Dawson plus Horatio plus World War II plus Europe. Veterans' diaries, interviews, memories, photos, archives, anything that will allow you to get more information about this man. Someone, somewhere, had to write something about him. Someone, somewhere must remember him. And a letter from the war, an interview, somewhere for sure. On the monitor, subsequent documents flash, download, get analyzed, and rejected. The computer on the right analyzes information about the military tattoos and the expression 7 steps to hell. The images flash one by one on the monitor. I'm so glad that all the UIs are for these computers are like movie.
Yeah.
They're like movie CSI like UIs.
Right.
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
Like
It's
flashing the pictures up.
Versus it's like, all right, that's very inefficient because we have to get from the database, transfer it over
Then
with all the images, then display that,
Then close it.
and then close it, then reach out to database, grab the next one. Versus just be like, okay, just do all that in the background.
Yeah.
dang, he called you out, Olivia.
So on well, these two. It took you a few minutes to set up filters that would discard the results with prison tattoos. Without those filters, it would take weeks to sort through them. While these two behemoths are running down the information superhighway,
Behemoths.
behemoths.
Behemoth.
My favorite type of moth.
Behemoth.
Well, these two behemoths are running down the information superhighway, dragging information through the fiber optic. You are battling the forms from the National Personal Records Center in St. Louis, trying to file an application for Dawson's military files. Finally, you give up, pick up the phone, and make a call. A nice lady promises to take care of it personally. 10 minutes later, you receive an answer by email. We regret to inform you that the files of Mr. Dawson belong to a group of documents destroyed in a fire on July 12th, 1973. All that is left is the following data, a catalog card from the inventory sheet. Regarding the conduct of the service, we do not have any information, although it can be concluded that from the number of distinctions that it was exemplary.
What, he was exemplary?
Yep, let's see.
What?
Oh,
that's
yeah. Okay, I see why.
113B? All right.
Yep, 113B. Horatio James Dawson. Birth, March 12th, 1925, White Springs, Texas, USA. Death, June 14th, 1967, Richmond, Virginia. Service, from January 1943 to November 1945, U.S. Army conscript.
Wait, when?
January 43, November 45. From 1946 to 1955, located in Fort Lee Training, the U.S. Army Quartermaster Corps. Allocation, 7th Army, 6th Infantry. Rank, Sergeant. Distinction, Distinguished Service Cross, Purple Heart, Bronze Star, European African Middle Eastern Campaign Medal.
Wait, is it African?
European African Middle Eastern Campaign.
All right.
Comments, Husky Operation, Undertone Operation. And those are Wikipedia-able.
Okay.
Buried at Virginia Veterans Cemetery. Add 1 authority to the token pool.
Buried where?
Virginia Veterans Cemetery.
Oh, all right.
Yeah.
Further lead. Virginia Veterans Cemetery, number 131, Fieldwork.
Yeah, Olivia, I don't think the world needs another podcast. Especially not ours.
The only way I do a podcast is if I looked up information and did like a history podcast and like taught you guys history. That'd be the only way I'd do it. And I just
Operation
don't have
Husky, the Allied invasion of Sicily. Major campaign during World War II in which the Allies took the island of Sicily from the Axis powers. Began in July 1943, ended on the 17th of August.
Yeah,
Okay.
so
Can you see the card?
Yep.
I will say I don't think we really need to dig too much deeper on this guy. Because I think it's like, at least for right now, unless it like comes up that we really need to.
Yeah.
This is the kind of thing where it's like, okay, he clearly got it.
I think he got it from this guy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because he's a pretty good service history. He's a Bronze Star.
So you think he gave it to him, who gave it to him, he got caught, but they were like, we got you, fam.
Yeah.
And then he got killed in that robbery. He gave it to him.
Yes.
I think that's true.
I believe that is the chain of custody is the museum. He stole it from the museum. He bribed him with it, who then gave it to him to probably keep him quiet. And then
Because he beat him up.
yeah, they fought.
Yeah.
Boom.
They thought they
Pew,
went
pew.
boom, 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 boom.
And then
Like, listen, stop hitting me. I'll give you this thing.
yeah.
Because he got acquitted too, right? From the assault.
Yes, because he didn't press charges.
Yeah, I think that tracks.
Because, so he didn't press charge because they had to look into how he got the watch, maybe.
Or why
Why
are
were
you
they
beating up this guy?
Or are you fighting?
Yeah.
So I think we can put. We don't need to go to that cemetery. Anything else with him, we could probably put on hold.
Horatio? Yeah.
Horatio.
Mm-hmm.
So what I'll say, whatever we do next, never mind. I was gonna say, if depending on what we want, we could also. I don't think it'd be that bad if we, even though it goes against kind of what I said, we can end the day at the police department too.
Yeah.
Because that's not spending the time.
So-
But I think. Obviously, the most time efficient way would be to wait for tomorrow, so we can start there. But we just need to make sure.
Yep. All right, so we got 2 more things at headquarters. Directive 101 and Rupert Owens interrogation.
So what was Directive 101 about?
Oh, sorry. Directive was 170/06.
That was when we tried to the fingerprints. One of the fingerprints came up. Access denied.
Okay.
Yeah, fingerprints inside the cigar box. Wait, no, sorry. It
On
was
the cartouche.
Yes, fingerprints on the watch cartouche dial.
So I think we can come back to that because I think we're pretty certain.
Who do you think it is? Oh.
I think it's him. Because that's part of the cover-up, why he got acquitted.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
They had to cover up the evidence. So I'm assuming. I mean, I could be wrong. I'm not saying that we should just be like, oh yeah, it was 100% him.
Mm-hmm.
But we might consider waiting for that information if we need it later.
Okay. So I'm fine with interviewing or interrogating
Yeah, I would lean more towards interrogation, and if we have time after
So we'll
that,
do the interrogation, then we'll look at the directive. How does that sound?
yeah, or at least just see what comes up after the interrogation.
Yeah.
What do you think, Darren?
I mean, if you guys are that, then
But what's
doesn't
your
matter.
opinion?
I want your
Oh,
opinion.
I don't have. I think they're both good leads.
Okay.
Yeah, I would say let's start with the interrogation and see what happens.
Okay, what's the interrogation?
108.
108.
Hello, anyone?
Yeah, we just leave him in the room.
Be right back.
The interview or an interview? It's actually the interview, the movie. We're screening it.
1, 2, 3. Owens is already waiting outside the conference room.
So yeah, maybe we do the directive also. Then after this, we just finish up at headquarters. You love me to cross-examine your stories? What do you mean cross-examine? Do you mean proofread? Because I don't know. Does cross-examine mean something different in the UK? I mean, if you wrote something, I'll read it. Just tell these stories a little context or information, and I want you to get. Little context or information, and I'd want you to get het up by the lack of information. I don't know. Was that a typo? HET? What word was that supposed to be? You mean fed? Like get fed up? Oh. Head up. Huh. We would say fed up.
Owens is already waiting outside the conference room. He refuses to start the interrogation without his lawyer present.
Smart man, smart man.
The lawyer arrives late and gives you the business card of Weber and Sons for some reason. You invite them inside. They both seem extremely agitated. You plug the laptop into the room's system and log into your account. You turn on the interrogation mode, and the first of the screens that take up the entire wall turns on. There are several pop-up windows, the largest of which is a stream from the camera. Another is vibrating with audio amplitude, and the third one is full of text. You point at the screen. I inform you that our meeting is being recorded. Additionally, our system will prepare a transcript of the meeting. You switch to the case screen, and post the image from your laptop to the second screen. On the wall, magnified 100-fold, is Owens' police file and mugshots from his arrest. You skip over a dozen documents on him. Horrified, Owens shrinks in his chair. Finally, the photo of the golden watch appears on your screen. Okay, you say, looking carefully at Owens. Could you please explain how you found yourself in possession of a watch that was stolen from Poland during World War II? Read questioning at 108.
All right. Gotta wait for the at 108.
We can press Owens further after we read 108. Or information on Weber and Sons, number 120 headquarters is a further lead.
You said 120 headquarters?
Yep.
Is that 1 or 2 B's?
1B, 2 R's.
And that's 120.
Yep.
Headquarters.
What type is Dunsparce?
He is At least electric.
Electric, really?
Yeah.
So is it like you guess Pokemon, and then similar to how Wordle will tell you like if you got the letters right, this will tell you like the information. If like
Yeah. So I have to get
Is it SQUORDLE?
SQUIRDLE.
Oh.
So you get generation, and so if you guess a generation, it'll go up or down. So like if I guess generation 3, and it went down for Gen 3, then I guessed a Gen 1 Pokemon, it went up, and then I guessed a Gen 2 Pokemon, then it says green, so it's definitely a Gen 2.
Okay.
Then you guess type 1 or type 2, which is either a red or green box, being green being right, red being wrong. And then I have to guess, and then I get height and weight.
Have I told you about my TV show idea about lesbians in prisons in different
What the
countries?
fuck?
Pokemon.
No, you haven't.
Ah, here we go.
Okay.
Rupert Owens interview. The watch must have been my father's, Marcus, MSL. I found it more or less a month ago when I was tearing through the old house under the porch. I was pulling away the floorboards when I saw something underneath. It was an old metal can, and inside there was a box. In that box, I found the watch. I got excited and thought it would solve my financial problems. I Googled someone who dealt with that kind of stuff, asked around a bit, and went to sell it.
So, interjection. MSL means medium stress level.
Okay.
Indicates that he might be not telling the truth.
Okay.
I think he is. I have no idea where my old man got the watch. See, I was still a little kid when that son of a bitch left me and my mom. I remember being so happy. It was actually a blessing. My old man was a horrible jackass. He beat my mom. His friends weren't any better. He always was a coward. You know, the type that is always in the shadow of someone bigger. The type that sucks up to people like oh, I got it, like Fredo Corleone. Reference from MSL. Reference from, I guess, Godfather.
Yeah.
Can't remember any of his friends' names, though. They were never at the house, always at a bar, drunk. I do recall one of them always had a scar on his face. Didn't Horatio have a scar on his face? No, someone had a scar on their face. As someone put out a cigar on it. Oh, never mind. He was as short as my pops. I think he also had dark hair. They were always drinking together and did some business. Dark alley crooks, all of them. That's all I remember. It was a long time ago. The evening before his arrest, he came home wasted. I remember the exact day because that night the Mariner 5 was launching, searchable. Mm-hmm. And I spent all day and evening with my friends talking about it. Mariner 5. Mariner 5, Mariner Venus 1967, spacecraft and Mariner program that carried a complement to probe Venus. So a Venus probe.
You know, Olivia, like I'm down with that, the plot idea, but I'm not sure you'd be able to sell that title.
We all wanted to be astronauts in those days. Low stress level. Mm-hmm. He started yelling at my mother and suddenly gave her a pendant and some money as an apology, I guess. Then he pretended to go work on the porch. I think he left before midnight. I didn't want to see that bastard ever again. I have no idea who snuffed him in jail, and I don't care. He deserved it. I think it was right before that he sent a letter to Mom about needing something. He said there's something big happened. He could make a lot of money. Mom was so upset because she burned the letter. The years after his death were good until Mom died when I was 20. It hit me real hard, and I went down a slippery slope. I ended up behind bars. I don't know what he was talking about in that letter. The cops didn't even ask about it. They might have spoken about it with Mom at the police station. That's all I know.
I think maybe he knew about the cover-up. Like, he knew that, but he wouldn't have known about the fingerprints necessarily. But
I personally believe, if we're on the right track, I believe it's his father's.
I do
Yeah.
too.
I think this might have been like he was at medium stress, and then he just like got more
because it did
calm.
say he was agitated when they showed up to this.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and just after talking, he just got calmer.
I can read exactly what they say about stress levels. While interrogating, they tell you stress level. When you're reading transcripts of previous conversations, the sophisticated Antares system may have evaluated the speaker's stress level for you, and the same nomenclature will be used. That's LSL, MSL, and HSL. The higher the stress level, the more likely the suspect or witness is lying, hiding information, or otherwise reacting emotionally to the questioning.
Yeah. This guy really hates his dad too. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I believe.
Yeah, I believe. Yeah, this guy. This is just America, so he's detained, right?
Yeah.
I think that's all it was. Mariner 5 was on June 14th, 1967.
when was the incident? The robbery?
Marcus Owens. See, this was June 14th. Arrested on June 15th.
Yep.
After a shootout and charged with failure to obey a police order.
Yep. So that all checks out.
So I'm wondering. So can you check? Because he said his buddy had a scar.
Oh yeah.
Did we check Horatio?
Yeah. You want to check Horatio's?
Because now I'm wondering if it wasn't like they were like just robbing.
No. Horatio is tall. Horatio is 6 foot even.
What about Sam Brown?
Sam Brown, I don't think we have much information on.
Yeah, we don't have much information on Brown.
Well, because I'm wondering if it wasn't like just any old robbery. You know, it was like
Because they were robbing him. Because he's dead. He died
he's
that
dead.
day.
Yeah. Horatio was. Yeah,
Killed
Horatio killed.
Well, because that's why I'm wondering if.
Yeah,
it was,
Sam had a scar on the right arm, not the face.
Okay, because I'm wondering if it wasn't an accident that he was the one they went after. Is what I'm saying.
Right.
And that's why I'm wondering if that's what he was going to tell about in prison. That's like what he was going to snitch about.
Okay. Mr. Gaines.
Mr. Gaines.
Okay, it's also not Kurt Bluthholtz, because it doesn't mention anything about.
No, I think.
I think we haven't met the person yet.
Yeah. I don't think Kurt ever came to the United States. That's my.
Yeah, I agree. I think his connection is like he's out of the story.
Yeah.
He was just a vehicle for the watch.
Yeah, and
And I think that the whole thing is really about him. Like his corruption.
Oh, Brown, yeah, probably. Yeah, so always at a bar, always drunk. Someone had a scar on their face, like a cigar burn. Was okay.
Okay. So we can press Owens further, and we have information on Weber and Sons is a further lead.
Yeah. I don't think we should press Owens further
I don't think it matters.
Yeah.
because
His story sounds straight.
with what we've deduced so far, yeah. And this is also why I didn't want to
Yeah.
interrogate him right away.
Yeah. So, do we want to do the directive now, or do we want to do the police file?
So it's either, police file give us 2 hours. We might as well wait till tomorrow now.
Well, it would technically, we'd end the day there.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm just saying we might as well wait till tomorrow. Do it right after the.
Yeah.
I agree.
We have a directive at the headquarters or Weber and Sons at the headquarters.
I would do the directive over Weber and Sons. Weber and Sons to me just sounds like a cheap lawyer that he bought because he doesn't have much money.
If we have extra time, like
Yeah.
maybe this only takes an hour, then we can do the Weber and Sons also.
So what is it?
101.
Dang.
Follow the directive.
Perfect. 3 hours.
Mm-hmm.
We nailed it again.
2, 3. You spend another hour in front of the computer, checking all available databases. A cell phone in your hand, a laptop with a dozen open tablets on your desk, and 2 desktop towers on near
Tablets or tabs?
open with a dozen open tabs on your desk.
Open tablets.
Open tablets and 2 desktop towers on nearby desks, hardwired into the Antares system, crunching the data.
Yeah, that's how networking works.
You're spent. You made a couple of calls to people higher up in the hierarchy. You sent countless emails, 3 cups of coffee, and 2 cigarettes later, you still have nothing. Zilch. You reach an impasse. Procedure 170 something. What does it mean?
What?
Suddenly, the telephone rings.
All right.
It's Ann Bishop from Delaware's office on the top floor. She says you've received a fax from the military archive of the Defense Department in St. Louis, which you hurry to retrieve.
From where?
The military archive of the Defense Department. Fax. Military archive of records of the Defense Department in St. Louis. Defense Department. The fingerprints marked in your database, in your department, as SD C3U.
224 634. No, sorry. Oh, yeah. Actually, yeah. Go ahead.
So that was SD C3U 224 6346 UB are not found in the Department of Defense database.
Okay, yeah. The cartouche.
Regards, General Henry Brown.
Wait. General Henry Brown?
General Henry Brown.
You mean like I don't know. Let's say let's head back to personal files here real quick.
Wait, is that dude's? Is
I
that
believe-
dude's name Henry Brown.
I believe there was a Samuel Brown
Oh, do you think?
who was on a court-martial.
Ooh.
Remember?
Yep. P.S. Please fix the glitch causing your system to seek out non-existent files! Exclamation point.
Do not.
And Olivia, to answer your question, no.
You come back, toss the fax on your desk, and sit at your computer. You light up another cigarette and read the message one more time.
The
You
villains of
just
World War II.
can't believe it. Hacking to try to explain the situation.
We can hack.
It's computers.
Oh,
But we have 2 wilds.
we do.
We use it.
Yeah.
I'd say we use it.
Let's see. Yeah. Well, yeah. Yes. But yeah. Here we have Samuel Brown.
Does it say he has kids?
It does. It says nothing.
Just Samuel Brown.
It's just Samuel Brown, scar on the right arm, retired in 1949. The same year he was reinstated. And then it does have a clerical error. It originally said his date was 92. And then it was reversed to 85.
Okay. You put out a cigarette. You read the document again. Confusion hits you. You know the procedure. No one from the Department of Defense sends out faxes. Even if the data is no longer confidential, who replies by fax in this day and age? General Brown answered in a way that avoided the official servers. Why? What's with the SD C3 blah 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 blah? You don't know.
The C3U 224 6346 UB.
Yep.
All right.
You don't know what's reeking, but you know that stench. It's pure trouble. Add 1 stress to the token pool.
Ooh.
Add plot card number 123 to case 4.
Don't read it.
Yep.
Yep. 123.
To case 134. We just put it in the case.
I mean, we can, but
Okay.
but they're all banded together,
Yeah.
and it said to use.
Okay.
Okay, so there's definitely a cover up. I mean, yes, Brown is a very common name,
Yeah.
but it's not uncommon for people to follow in the father's footsteps,
Right.
right? Mm-hmm. Or especially like military service. Dad was in the military; is a point of pride because we like to suck the dicks of. So, anyways, I believe that C3U224-6346UB belongs to one Samuel Brown.
Yes, I also believe that.
I have a very strong suspicion that is the truth in this case. Okay.
Let me go here real quick. I want to edit this. Definitely doesn't belong to Samuel Brown. Don't sue. Not down. Don't sue us, DOD.
Yep. Please. Okay.
Please.
I'm sure your father was a great man. General.
just a Nazi sympathizer. Great man, but a Nazi sympathizer. Okay. Day 3.
Are we going to
the funeral?
the funeral?
Yes.
You think so?
Yeah.
I think so.
All right, then let's go ahead and pull number.
I think
138.
We should go to the police department, but like slip away from the funeral.
Yeah.
It is 138.
138?
Yep.
I don't have 138.
What's the height?
Top one's 135.
I might have the number wrong. Double checking there.
134.
One second, John, before we get going. I think I want to. I'll probably just stop using Notepad++ and just move to like VS Code or something.
VS Code?
Yeah.
I mean, do you have Word?
Fuck no.
No, you can use like Google's Word.
Oh, Google Docs.
Yeah. Because then you can do things like highlight and stuff.
That's why I wanted to like move over to VS Code because I think I might be able to highlight, or I can at least bold stuff. I believe.
I mean, whatever works for you.
But the indentation, it's just I don't want to have to indent 87 times.
Yeah. You arrive at Richmond PD. In the parking lot, there are over 20 policemen and women wearing formal uniforms with umbrellas on their hands. In the next few minutes, even more cars arrive, until finally everyone gets into the cars and the procession heads to the cemetery. The grim weather and the nasty drizzle are a fitting backdrop to the ceremony. You park at a distance and stand in the back, watching in solemn silence. After it's finished, you talk to several policemen, jumping from topic to topic. The investigations of Slater's hit and run has slumped. The late Slater's wife is a tough woman. After all, she has been the wife of a police investigator all of her life. Slater was retired for 30 years, but he often stopped by the precinct. In the end, the weather forces everyone to flee back to their cars. If you want to talk about his old investigations and cases, come to the station, says your old pal Tarkovsky. It's dry there. We have a few donuts and coffee, and a few of Slater's old friends will be there. Place the IT marker on fieldwork location. So it
didn't even matter.
Yeah. So you can either talk to the widow, which requires one investigation, or a further lead. Visit the police station, Richmond PD.
What numbers, PD? Or
109.
Because that's a further lead, right? Okay, so
Sure.
he's been retired for 30 years.
Stop trying to, just ask.
All right. He's been retired for 30 years.
Yes.
One, what time was this? If this was in like the 10s, that would have put that in the 80s. Which means if he was a career guy, he probably would have been doing stuff in the 60s.
I think, 100%.
So I'm guessing we'll find out.
I don't
more.
think so.
I'm thinking if we continue going down this path, we will find out that he worked on case
Yeah.
blah, 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 the one with the watch.
Yeah. Do we want to talk to the widow? It requires one...
One what?
This guy.
One magnifying glass?
Yep.
You think we'd be fab?
I mean, we got one more day. Yeah, let's...
You want to talk to... Do we want to use...
Do we want to talk to the widow?
I just don't know what she would say that would be important. That would be more important than, like, actually going to the station and looking into his stuff.
Right? Because that's what I'm thinking is we go to the station. One, we can finally look up the case file.
Yeah.
Two, we can talk about what cases this guy was on.
Yeah.
The only thing is if it has to... We ask her, like, specifically, hey, do you know if he worked on a case about this watch? Like a Nazi sympathizer
Yeah.
case back in the 60s.
Right.
Or was your husband a Nazi sympathizer?
I mean, come on. You can tell us.
I mean, he was a cop.
I mean, yes. But, like, officially.
Yeah.
I mean, yes, Yes, we get he was a cop. You know what? I think I just answered my own question.
Have a good day.
Sorry for your loss.
Yeah. Actually, you know what? Fuck off. All right.
Honestly, he was evil. Okay. So why are we all single parents in this scenario? What happened to our wives?
We adopted.
Honestly, adopting as a single parent, that's a power move.
That is a power move.
Just being like, you know what? I'm going to take on a kid myself.
Okay. So, investigation for a hit and run has slumped, right?
Yep.
And he's been retired for 30 years.
Yep.
I don't know what she'll be able to tell us, but we can go to the police station and talk and reminisce about the old days.
So let's go to the police station then. I don't... Yeah, let's just go to the police station.
Unless we want to interrogate the auction house owners.
Yeah, because we can do that.
That's in field work.
That's in field work.
There's also the Virginia Veterans Cemetery, which is also in field work, which I believe is for Horatio.
I see. I just think that the police department has more important
I think
things.
the police... I agree. I think both the 109 thing and the case file are both super important. So I say we go to the police station.
Okay.
And then we can maybe do this tomorrow. We'll do the other stuff tomorrow. And if we have time, maybe James can use his ability to...
Yeah, we can go talk to the wife later because of my ability.
Yeah, true. Yeah.
Okay. So that's an hour.
It's an hour. And so what are we doing? Want to do the one we've been waiting on and look at the
The
case?
case.
Case file? All right. That is 105.
3 hours.
1, 2, 3. Okay. The rain starts to annoy you, but what irks you even more is that some of Stickler did not want the mail to mail the scans, so he had to go down and get them personally. You reach the precinct, entering the official entrance on the other side of the lobby, away from the hustle and bustle of the detainees. You pass the investigation room on your right, turning next to the locker room and the showers. You reach the archive located at the end of the corridor. You flash your badge, fill out a request form, turn it in, then sit in an old metal chair to wait. After part of the police station is quiet and peaceful, after a while, Susie's worried face appears in the window. Someone must have misplaced them. Please wait a moment. We're looking for him. You spend the next several minutes savoring the legendary Richmond PD vending machine coffee, known as the worst sludge. You know if Susie is on the case, she will go the extra mile to find what you need. And you are not mistaken. In the end, they find it. You have in your hands the printed out scans of the full contents of the 67 folder.
You have in your hands the printed out scans.
Read file at 105. Add 1 authority to the token pool.
Heck yeah.
All right.
We should probably... now, I'm on board with talking to the wife.
Okay.
We have
There
we have
is
a lot
a
of
compare
extra
the scans
authority.
with the original.
Ooh, but that's probably... let's look at the scans first, because if it's redacted, then yes. 105.
But that another creative idea, Olivia. I'm just not sure a network will buy it.
You know that's more or less a porn, right?
Yeah.
It's just a gangbang. Who's the father? Who knows?
But it sounds like they get artificially inseminated, though.
Yeah, but they get naturally inseminated from a gangbang.
Ooh,
I
somebody
have
in the
to-
box.
Oh, shit.
I love that.
Did you guys know that was in there?
No.
Nope.
That's why I love that.
Yeah.
Just see it. Secret documents in the box.
Yeah, right. I believe there was another thing.
Yeah.
I want more of that.
When we were looking
in
up Die
games.
Spinne,
Yes.
I had to I typed in spider Nazi. Just
Just like, oh, look at the bottom of the insert, and there's like an extra card there.
Okay. Here are the scans. Police report. Investigating officer Sergeant Michael Slater, Richmond Police Homicide Department. Suspects Henry Giles, minor pickpocket. We haven't met him yet.
You have not.
Looks like he might have a burn on his face from the picture.
Where's the pics?
It doesn't give me a number, so
Oh, are we now allowed to look then?
I would assume not, but he is on there. Suspects Henry Giles, minor pickpocket. Marcus Owens, pawn shop owner. Victim Horatio Dawson, florist and flower shop owner.
there's Marcus Owens
Yes.
and Henry Giles.
So exactly as we were guessing, right? On June 14th, 1967, at 8:11 p.m., just before he came home drunk, a police patrol arrived at Horatio Dawson's home at 147 Chillingham Road in Richmond on a disorderly conduct call. The policeman approached the porch and noticed the door to the house was open. There was no response to the policeman's call, so they entered the premises. Upon entering at the foot of the stairs, they found the body of a tall, well-built man who was later identified to be Horatio Dawson.
Yeah, he was tall. He was 6 foot.
That's not what I'm questioning.
Ah.
The body laid face down with both legs remaining partially on the stairs. The policemen confirmed lack of vitals. Backup units and an ambulance were called at 8:19 p.m. The coroner confirmed death. Okay, just murdered during a robbery. Okay.
I thought it was a car robbery.
Yeah, that's why I pulled it
I think
up.
they took his car. I think is what they're
Maybe.
trying to. We'll see.
Evidence. Physical evidence available at the Richmond Police Department Evidential Magazine. See annex graphics of first and second floor layout. All right, so we have layouts of the room. Both the residential property and the attached flower shop had signs of burglary. The glazed glass door in the kitchen leading to the garden was open, and the glass just above the lock was broken. The kitchen cabinets and drawers were open, and some of the dishes were thrown on the floor. In the living room, there were broken vases, books from the shelves scattered on the floor, and open cabinet doors. The door to the flower shop was found open with pots shattered on the floor and boxes torn open. In the office, papers were scattered across the floor. A broken drinking glass was found under the drawers on the side wall. No fingerprint traces were secured. The glass was wiped. A red ceramic pot containing a Florida tassel flower was broken.
That was the seeds in the
box. And dirt was scattered under the window. A footprint, shoe size 11, was found in the dirt. Shoe size 11 is Horatio's 11 and a half.
What is Marcus?
It's small.
It's small.
Yeah, it was like a 6 or something. Holy crap, Lois is like Among Us. God damn it. Holy crap, Lois. The desk was moved approximately 12 inches toward the back wall, and parallel scratches were found in the wooden floor. The front edge of the desk had been dented. Traces of type A blood, Horatio, were discovered despite an attempt by the perp to wipe them clean. On the desk, there was a typewriter with a piece of paper loaded, a green desk lamp, and 3 pencils. The top of the desk had been wiped, no traces were secured. The open desk drawers contained a 9 by 19 millimeter parabellum cartridges. 9 by 19
Wonder if he was writing like
parabellum.
What if these guys weren't there to rob him? What if this wasn't like a coincidence? What if this was
9 by 19 parabellum is a rimless, tapered firearms cartridge. Originally designed by Austrian firearm designer in 1901, it's widely considered the most popular handgun and submachine gun cartridge due to its low cost and extensive availability.
Well, because that's what I was saying. I think they knew exactly who he was.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Do you think this guy might have hired a hit?
Oh. Maybe.
A 3.3 pound brass ashtray was found on the desk, and small traces of tobacco were scattered on the floor. The safe in the office was open with the combination lock in the open position. The safe contained insurance papers and bank statements. The statements revealed that Dawson withdrew his full account balance on the eve of his death. He cashed out a total of $16,452. The money was not found. A footprint was found on the office door frame, 5.5 inches above the floor, and type A blood traces were found on the corridor floor, 19.6 inches from the entrance door frame. Blood trailed the railing of the stairs. A piece of the rail was broken off at a 10-degree angle on the west side of the stairs. Okay.
Make sure this is kept with 4 so we don't forget.
Yeah.
Put it back with 4.
Blood traces were found on the 6th, 10th, and 12th step. The traces were type A blood. Bunch of evidence signatures. Fingerprints. Final report. Murder suspect, Henry Giles. Henry Giles was allegedly a witness to the victim's attempt to sell valuables at a pawn shop. He and his partner, Marcus Owens, made the decision to break into Dawson's home. Giles allegedly tracked the victim to his home. On the evening of June 14, 1967, Giles parked a car on Rosemond Street. He broke into Dawson's home from the garden, leaving a footprint in the dirt, shoe size 11. The course of events is alleged as follows. Giles held Dawson at gunpoint. The weapon was found on the suspect the next day. Giles forced the victim to open the safe. There was a struggle followed by screams. Giles pushed the victim down the stairs. He then searched the house chaotically. The perpetrator likely heard the passing patrol, ran out of the house to the back exit along with a bag of stolen items, and drove off. Suspect Henry Giles was shot dead during the attempted arrest on the following day, June 15, 1967. In the car, a green Chevrolet sedan, there were the day's sales from a flower shop, a .38 caliber revolver, and an old .08 parabellum pistol. All items were collected during the police intervention. Suspected accomplice Marcus Owens. Owens' testimony reveals that on June 14, 1967, Horatio Dawson visited the pawn shop with the intention of selling a variety of jewelry. Owens bought some of the items from the victim for a total of $487. Owens worked as Giles' silent partner, informed Giles that Dawson had more valuables. However, he denied being involved in the robbery. Testimony of Marcus's ex-wife, Lily Garrett, confirmed the suspect's alibi. We have more leads.
So, do you think he sold the watch, or
I think he was planning on selling the watch.
I think this is all a lie. The whole pawn shop story.
you think that's a lie?
I think it was a hit.
So because who told? Is it? Do they have in there that Horatio went to the pawn shop because Marcus told them that, or do they know that?
That Marcus told them. Because
Okay.
Yeah. So it was Owens told Giles that, hey, he had stuff, so Giles went and robbed him.
yes. And then the police shot Giles dead.
Okay.
So Marcus Owens is the only one that told them what happened.
Okay. Yeah.
Can I see when you're done with putting all that stuff in, can I see the report?
Yeah.
James, is there anything else in that folder? I don't think there is, but I just double check.
No, there's nothing else.
Yeah. Empty.
Oh, what's on the back?
Yeah, back.
Remember to DU something the something and something pride. Call me when you're ready.
Remember to duel.
I will say, for the record, this isn't because I can't read cursive. This is because this is like really really tight letters. Like it's all like blending together.
I don't know if that's remember. Yeah, just call me when you're ready.
Maybe John will have a better shot.
Yeah, I was about to.
Imagine dying in a
Oh
Chevy.
yeah, this is really bad.
It could be me. Oh, AI Dungeon. I've played AI Dungeon a little bit. I don't know. Has it gotten better? Because it's like it is a little rough.
What's AI Dungeon?
So it's essentially the idea is to create a text-based adventure where you can type anything and the game will react accordingly using AI. So you can say like go to the store and it'll be like you go to the store and you see this and it's like it's generated and then you can be like, oh, talk to the cashier and it'll like create like the cashier. Oh, the cashier says
this?
hello and asks
Michael Slater.
Ah.
So it's a neat idea.
No middle name. Born 1937, Richmond, Virginia. Doesn't have death in here yet.
Still alive.
Height medium, eyes brown, hair dark, type O. Limited knee mobility due to a screwdriver injury in line of duty.
Who is this? The cop?
This is the cop.
Yeah, shoe size 11.
The cop did it.
A retired police officer from the homicide department in the rank of sergeant. Assigned to the 6th Precinct in Richmond Police Department, it was a consultant during the assembly of the Antares team. It's coming from the inside.
I mean, it could be a red herring, but also,
Yeah.
but can I see this again?
Then we have his wife, Christine Slater. Born November 2nd. November 2th, 1945. In Charleston, West Virginia. Height small, green eyes, blonde hair, ABRH negative. Witness in a homicide case. Case file 1965 DR 1028, led by Michael Slater. Okay, she was a witness in a case also?
She probably witnessed the hit and run, but it said he was investigated by Michael.
No, this is 1965.
Oh.
So it's not Michael's hit and run.
So you're right. You got it. Jared got it.
Yeah.
Someone died.
Back it up, boys.
Someone died.
Can I see the...
Not yet.
Okay.
I'll give it to you once I'm done. There's so much on here.
Mm-hmm.
I'm really... Call me when you're ready. You know, it could be like he was in on it. Because it makes sense. Like, they killed the other guy.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Gals also has shoe size 11.
Wait, also... So they said... Did they extrapolate on why they killed the other guy? Because didn't they say the gun
Shootout with police, I thought.
the gun was in the car, though?
His car, yeah.
So, but was he shooting with it?
Just
Well, I don't know.
But do you know what I'm saying?
Right, but I think he was. I don't know. We'll have to look. Darren's
They're
inputting data.
To DU. Remember, because it might not be remember. Because that could be LO.
here's Giles.
Giles.
Henry Joseph Giles, 37, died in 67. Shootout with police. He's 5'6", gray eyes, dark hair, blood type A. Got some fingerprints. A burn scar on the cheek for identifying marks. Arrested on April 6, 1960 for petty theft. Fined and released. March 5th, 1963 for assault. Sentenced to 3 months. Arrested on September 25th, 1966 for larceny. Served 6 months in prison. Shot to death during an exchange of fire with policemen during his arrest on suspicion of being an accomplice to a robbery. Shoe size 11. Addendum: body has been cremated. For the leads, get the file. So there is 1 page. Okay, so we have fingerprint traces from the kitchen cabinets, drawers, and glazed glass door, living room cabinets, flower shop doors, office open desk drawers, safe door handle, steel railing of Henry Giles.
Don't worry, Jared. We're all 6 feet or taller. We're not losers.
I think that's 10 inches shorter than I am.
Dang.
There's a whole half dick shorter than I am.
So what letter? Because this is a weird letter, but it's also like a capital letter though. Isn't that like a capital G? The one like
Yeah, I think so.
that one.
Could it be German?
The German.
No. It could be in German.
Oh, it could be. G. All right. On. Because this could also be parade. This.
I mean, it's definitely DE, but is that an I?
That's what I was thinking. At first. On Pride.
Wait. The watch.
Yes.
The watch said something about pride. It said,
God, honor, homeland.
no, never mind.
Well, what was that? The guy's tattoo?
Which one?
Yeah, Horatio's.
7 steps to hell.
And then a bunch of stars.
Well, because
We could Google 7 steps to hell, right?
Yes.
yes, because I'm wondering. A theory is if you imagine an M here, then this could say German. The German something on some.
They also have the Pyramid of Power is the official motto of the 7th Army.
Maybe the watch isn't gold. Have you considered that? It's a fake. It's just plastic.
Yes, we know AU is gold.
Yes.
But did you know that AG is silver and Na is sodium? It's because it takes its root word from Latin. Not God's language of English.
Died. Is this died? Well, this is one sentence actually. Because they added the punctuation.
Something to D-U-D. Remember to dud? If that is AU, looks like that might be like scratched off a bit. Or
Could it be DOD?
no, no, I don't think so. At some point, the cigar box was stored in Horatio Dawson's house.
Yeah.
That proves a connection between Dawson and the cigar box.
See, if that's remember though, because and I know they did this on purpose, but like it's not well written. I don't think it's M's, because that's like a U. It's like something that U R E R
The box was stored in the plant pot.
B. Because I actually think it ends LER. Potentially, or B, because
It ends in LER, you say?
it could.
Lur? Like Hitler?
Hitler is the answer. Or this could honestly just be a complete waste of time.
Oh, it could be. Or it might not be. Okay, now I finally got all the fingerprints marked down. There you go, John. There you go, John.
Okay.
Yeah, see, I don't think this is E-M-E. Yeah, I don't think this is remember.
Alright.
The letters don't match up, and they're not written like M's, because they're written like U's. What?
Yeah, I see how you could say that could be an E. So these looks like they might be the same. They could be like BURER. All right. Remember, or if it is like, I mean, yeah, it's not an M.
L-E-U.
To dud or dual.
What were those 107 fingerprints that we couldn't get the access to? What was the code name?
Codename of What, the evidence?
Yeah.
The SD or
Yeah, the SD.
C3U224?
Okay, never mind.
Yeah, they're not. Yeah, call me when you're ready. Is that or?
I think it's or. It's either or or on.
Yeah, because I looked it up and no one, and people are trying to figure it out.
Wait, why'd you look it up?
Well, because I thought it was like an errata thing. Like, you were supposed to be able to read it.
No, I think it's
No, what?
left
No,
a little
what?
ineligible on purpose.
It's a scan. May we request the actual files?
Mm-hmm. Compare the scans with the original?
Yeah.
Okay.
This one?
Yep.
I'm guessing it's going to take more time.
I don't see any more time.
Ooh, cool.
Apart from Susie, there are several other people.
It'd be funny if it just tells us, and it's like we spent all this time trying to figure it out.
Apart from Susie, there are several other people working in the archives who, if you don't trust, you do not want to have to come back here in an hour because there was something missing from the file.
Is 105B?
Yep. You take the scan out of your briefcase and decide to compare it to the original documents. You flash your badge at the archive employee and ask him to show you the contents of the original folder, so you can be sure that you have a complete scan. The guy is grumpy, but you have experience. Old papers, archives, and evidence magazines are your domain. You share some stories from the archives in Missouri, where you had your training years ago, and the atmosphere lightens. The employee waves his hand and lets you inside. He points to the right bookshelf, and he says that you can rummage through them freely. He leaves wishing you good luck. That's exactly what you wanted. Go to the bookshelf. And rifle through the box with the 67 files. You see that sandwich between the notes, the small crumpled piece of paper. It must have fallen out of one of the files. Yes, you know it looks like a stroke of luck, but why not? Sometimes these things just happen. There's information on the note signed with the name Slater. In the investigation, the fingerprints of Henrietta Marcos and her two children were omitted. Henrietta was a neighbor and housekeeper. The prints of her and her children, mainly her son Andrew, were practically all over the house. Apart from that, the scans match the original.
Dang it. I was hoping... Just out of curiosity.
Call me when you're
I mean,
ready.
so it just says file 2, but I don't think it's like the same case. Yeah, it's not.
So I'm wondering, because this is written on the file.
Yeah.
So it's by someone at the police department for someone at the police department.
Right.
Oh, no, this is the wrong one.
Yeah, it's this one.
I was like, oh, wait, that's our...
No. Or Prattle. Call when you're ready.
Too bad we can't just check out that one murder thing from the wife
Yeah.
while we're here.
We can talk to the wife with this.
I mean, I
You
think,
want to?
I think...
He has the ability to.
Send one authority.
Yeah, no, I'm saying she was part of a case
Oh, yeah.
herself
Oh, wait.
from
We
65.
did this wrong.
Why?
Spend one authority and an appropriate skill token from the token pool to dig
Oh,
deeper
yeah.
on a lead card that has already been resolved.
Okay.
Did we do that before?
No,
No. But it's okay.
it's okay. From now on.
But what it does do is let us go back. So we could still do it.
Mm-hmm.
And honestly, I don't think it's that,
Well, do you want to do it?
I'm fine. We can wait actually if we want
let's...
and see where we're at tomorrow.
Okay. Well, let's see. There's Rich. Well, we can't do it tomorrow.
Why not?
I thought you said we couldn't. Oh, so we can do this tomorrow?
I don't see any
'cause
reason why we
it's-
can't.
Oh, okay. I thought you said we couldn't.
Because how long do we have?
One more day.
Tomorrow? Yeah, just one
Till
more day.
8. Till 4.
Till 4? All right.
Well, we can spend more stress to go.
Oh, yeah.
Longer, but
I don't think we need to. We're just trying to get because we kind of know what happened.
I'm just curious on Oh, so do we need to talk to the old policeman about Slater's cases? I don't think so.
Okay.
You don't think so?
Because this... Well, what other questions do we have about Slater?
Was he involved?
The
Because he was on this case.
yeah, he was also on the wife's case.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So that's it.
So unless we want to try and connect to the wife's case... we got evidence related to the case at 106, still in the PD. Or Horatio Dawson's autopsy at the Richmond PD still.
I would do the evidence related to the case. That's
Evidence or probably
autopsy.
both, and we just go into overtime?
sure.
Depending on how long. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because
Well, let's start with the evidence.
Because this is a report.
yeah.
All right. So if you want the evidence, that's going to be number 106.
yeah, we're in overtime. It's 3 hours.
Okay.
One overtime.
1 out of 7.
Yeah.
Yep.
Or it's right, 2 out of 7.
2 out of 7.
1 second.
You passed 3
John.
cops, so we're talking about some suspect.
John, 1 second.
Okay.
Gotta get the notes. All right.
You passed 3 cops who are talking about some suspect being on the move. Somebody saw him a few blocks from here. They cover their heads with their jackets and run into the rain. In front of you at the end of the corridor, you see a ruckus in the lobby. A couple of policemen are struggling with a tattooed jock. You turn left, past the locker room and showers, and you reach the evidence storage, which shares space with the archives.
We were already there.
You fill out the application manually, sign 4 consecutive forms, and hand everything to Susie, who takes the forms and winks at you. You brace yourself for several dozen minutes of waiting. With a cup of nasty coffee in one hand and a phone in the other, you sit in one of the dozen or so wired chairs which stand along the wall. You have time to read on the internet about the military operations during World War II. Finally, they call out your name. The archive employee brings you a dusty cardboard box. Inside, you find a couple of items and torn scraps of typewritten paper secured to an envelope, secured in a paper envelope labeled "Send to Lab 72467." Over the writing, there's a stamp reading "Examination Cancelled."
Oh wait, what day? September?
No, 7, so that's
July.
July 24th, 67.
Ooh. All right.
And then the examination was canceled. Then we have read 28, 29, and 35.
Oh, read them?
Read them. Yep.
Which ones?
28, 29,
128.
128, 129, 135. Yeah.
Do them in order.
Yep. There you go.
Okay.
All right. Have a good night, Jared.
Have a
Stop
good
by
one.
tomorrow. We're guiding Chris through
Kingdom Hearts?
Kingdom Hearts while he's blindfolded.
What time are we starting that?
He said 2 or 3.
Okay.
So, I don't know.
Okay. Description: a photo found in a shattered frame on the floor next to desk in Horatio Dawson's office. Then there's a photo found in his safe.
So the frame...
So there's a frame on this side. There's a frame picture of a lady on the other side.
All right. Evidence, photo found in a shattered frame. And then, of course, we got this bad Photoshop job. So we can ID probably some of these guys.
Yep.
Okay.
And this one is the brass ashtray, weighing approximately 3.3 pounds, found on the desk. On the other side is a pendant, which suspect Marcus Owens bought at the pawn shop from Horatio Dawson. Owens later gave this to his wife,
Yep.
Lily Owens, later Lily Garrett.
Oh, that's a brass ashtray.
Yeah.
It's got a fucking bullet in it. Okay, yep, we already knew that.
And then on this, we have a bill from Owens Pawn Shop. There is a
Watch.
not a. It says jewelry gold watch. Yep, $487. Signed here, Horatio Dawson.
So he pawned the watch. Okay.
But it says verify the authenticity of the bill on the bottom. And then on this one we have make sure that's all the evidence.
Okay.
So it requires at least one search to verify authenticity of the bill for the gold watch. Dated the date of the robbery.
So I'd say we should do that.
Yeah, over this.
Plus, remember, I can
Yeah.
Yeah.
add a wild to there. So let's go ahead and... you call the office and ask them to look for Dawson's signature scanned everywhere in the system. His military ID, letters, bills to the laundry, anything that they say, they'll check and call you back. You sit back in the middle chair and watch the policeman at the end of the corridor still struggle with the tattooed man, trying to bring him into custody. The guy is high on drugs. Clearly he's high on drugs. Look at him.
Yeah.
And causing serious problems. 3 policemen barely managed to get him into the cell. Meanwhile, your phone bleeps. Check your email. You hear in the phone. You have a photo of Dawson's military ID with his signature. You do not need a graphologist to determine that the signatures look identical, the one on the receipt and the one on the card. The receipt seems to be real. You can imagine Dawson leaning over the counter on the pawn shop, passing Owens a watch, picking up a pen, and signing the bill. His fingerprints must be here. 114. Take the bill for fingerprint research. 114, the lab.
So he did.
Well, he pawned a watch, maybe not the watch. The weird thing is, why is he taking out all this money?
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering about. So that now makes me shift back to him for being the one who took the watch in the first place, because now maybe it's catching up with him and he's trying to leave the country.
Right? Yeah, that's the only thing I can think of is he just like straight up trying to leave.
They pawn the watch. I mean, maybe it's as simple as they were like, oh, this dude, you know, he has more jewelry at home.
All right.
Or they... So, I mean, Horatio's definitely in the picture. He's the one on the right.
Yeah. Horatio's on the right.
But I don't recognize...
So you might be able to see...
No, I don't think so. Maybe him? It could be him on the far left. It's hard to tell.
Of course, we didn't get... And then... I'm surprised... What's up with that envelope?
What envelope?
There's like an envelope for Take Two... No, part of the one you just read. Whichever story you read.
Whichever story
You just read for this.
Oh, I'm confused on which.
What do you mean?
It said that there's like a piece of paper that said take to lab.
Oh, sent to
canceled.
lab. It was a torn scraps of typewritten paper secured in a paper envelope.
And that doesn't give us anything, no at or anything?
Nope. It says you can examine the paper shreds, but you have to go to the lab.
Oh, so leads.
Leads.
Okay.
Yeah, I saw future leads. So examine the paper shreds.
Mm-hmm.
18 lab, or historical consultation on the evidence material. 122 headquarters.
What was that second one? Historical what?
Consultation on evidence material. And that goes to the headquarters. That's 122.
I hate that we have way too many leads.
Yes.
I don't like this.
Did any of the guys in the picture have a scar on their cheek?
I could not tell. Also, if it was one of them, they'd be dead. Okay, that's...
Where's the picture? Can you see the picture again?
Are we done with this day, or are we going to keep stressing? I think we get done because they'd have to do something here. I think we should be done.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I mean, sure.
Yeah. The game said at the beginning that we would be probably have, like, we probably wouldn't get through half of them.
Well, yeah. I mean, but you know, we could have probably stressed. But all right, we're at headquarters.
Mm-hmm.
We can look into Weber and Sons.
Mm-hmm.
And the historical consultation on the evidence.
Yeah, historical consultation on evidence material.
Well, so before we even start, what do we have and what do we still need to know? Is kind of where we're at.
Well, let's go through each of these and be like what we think, right? Like Weber and Sons, we think that's just going to be
A dead end.
Right? Virginia Veterans Cemetery 131. That is Horatio's plot.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Probably a dead end, but not 100%.
It could tell us if, like, who these guys were, like, who he served with,
Right.
and if, like, his connections, but it seems like they didn't know him.
Yeah, right. I mean, yeah, the only thing I could think of is we could go around to the other people around there that were part of the same platoon.
Yeah, most of them are going to be dead of old age.
Right. Interrogate auction house owners. I'm thinking dead end or not important.
Yeah, I think that's really low priority.
Right. Richmond PD to talk about Slater.
Low priority, but not as low as the pawn shop owners.
Auction house owners.
Auction, whatever.
Horatio Dawson autopsy report.
I think that's middle priority, maybe. I don't think that's super high priority.
Because we know he died.
Yeah.
Well, I guess because the story, if we saw the autopsy report, because they said he was shot.
Yeah. It said in personnel files.
He said he was pushed down the stairs, but then he was also shot.
Mm-hmm.
Because my wonder is if, like, the cover up extends to the police.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and if there was something weird with that.
Yeah, I could actually see us getting something from the autopsy.
Okay. Yeah, well, that's why I said it's not the lowest priority, but
while that loads, I'm going to move on.
Because we're not, especially because it's not like there was a murder or anything. Like, there's not like a solid thing we're going to find. And it's similar to what the game said. There's not going to be like an aha moment we solved it.
Right.
We just need to answer as many questions as we can.
Mm-hmm.
Consulting a forensic psychologist, I believe, is I don't remember what that's for. There's something to do with Horatio Dawson, I believe.
Yeah.
Or around there.
Look for, because that's 110. So look for cards that say 110 on it for further leads or whatever. Was that on here?
Got 101, 114.
I think it was on there. It might have been.
Yeah.
All right, so that's part of.
Oh, this has a layout of the house too.
Middle?
Yeah.
So he was pushed down the stairs, but also shot. So that could be something because it could lead to them like faking a struggle.
Right.
If he was like shot first and then they pushed down the stairs.
Right. Horatio Dawson's grave. I think that is low.
Yeah, it's the same as the Virginia Veteran Cemetery.
Yeah. So actually,
It's exactly because it's the same card.
apparently, I think we got a couple leads. I think someone else was at the VA cemetery. Come on, fucking load. There we go. God damn. Just murder during robbery.
Yeah.
That's all it says. Doesn't say shot. It just says murdered.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say 131 is probably low prio.
Yeah. Is that
Yeah.
that's the
Well, we already have it.
Yeah. Well, yeah, we have it twice, but I think we got it twice.
yeah.
The bill for fingerprints. This was fingerprints of Horatio and Owens. We don't really need either of them,
No.
unless we're trying to see if there's other weird fingerprints.
Right.
But if we've already verified that it's real,
Yeah. I know what I want to do.
Examine paper shreds.
That's high. That's what I want to do.
Yeah, I think.
It's weird that they canceled that
Yeah.
so
I
late
think-
after everything happened.
I'm honestly, historical consultation on evidence. I'm
Low.
gonna pass. Yeah, low. So if there's our Weber and Sons headquarters dead end, we don't give a shit. I'm just seeing if there's anything in the headquarters historical consultation. Yeah, that's already low. So that's everything.
Yeah. I think we go to the lab and do at least the
Paper shreds.
paper shreds. Ready?
Yep.
Ba-na-na-na.
what number?
118.
The lab.
The lab. 3 hours.
1, 2, 3. Fortunately, the road is not bothersome, and after a dozen or so minutes, you reach the lab. So you scan your badge at the entrance door and go to the 8th floor. As you pass the glass door, the outside world disappears. Only whiteness and the silence of the registry office remain. You log into the system, check the type of evidence, the number of items to be examined, an approximate dimension, scope of research, and as usual, you tick the high priority research box. 2 hours later, you receive a notification and the tests have been completed, and provide the access code for encrypting the files containing the results. Evidence. Paper shreds from a typewriter with fingerprint marks. At the edge of the torn fragment are an incomplete set of fingerprints from the upper part of 4 fingertips have been found. Prints made when the paper was being torn away. SD KLXX 2S dash HJPX TE. In addition, ink particles were obtained from the typewriter's roller by developing a paper wrap matrix relative to the roller. Some words were able to be identified. Read filed at 118.
At 118, can I get that, please?
Yep.
So before we read 118, I am going to hit up that SD,
Yep.
even though it's not going to give us anything, unless it's a partial that we already kind of have.
So I'm still just thinking about the story of this, So the Nazi bribed this glasses.
Yeah.
He found out. They fought. He gave him the watch. Everything about this dude is getting wiped as a cover-up.
Yeah.
He, for whatever reason, is trying to probably leave the country. He's liquidating all his assets. Then, after pawning presumably the watch, maybe not the same one, but presumably, because they said, they're like, let's go rob him. They kill him. Then, when he goes to gets arrested, he gets shot and killed by police.
Nope.
No, wrong.
Oh, sorry, him. Yeah, he's the guy who had the watch. He gets arrested
And shanked in prison.
because they even mentioned
Which
that
the perp was never found.
Yep.
So then, therefore, he is now here in modern day, and I don't know, maybe he wants to tie up all loose ends. So he kills the cop in a hit and run.
Possibly.
Oh, do you think it's
General Brown.
General Brown?
Right.
Well, so he
I want that watch.
he was the pawn shop owner, so we don't technically know why they went.
No.
We don't know for sure why they went to his house.
Right.
We, based solely on the evidence without extrapolating, you could guess, right, that, oh, he has more stuff,
Yeah.
so let's go rob him. But theoretically, if they knew the origin of the watch, if someone told them that, hey, we want him dead, that's a possibility.
Okay, we got paper shreds from a typewriter. Kill Nick, hand accomplice T Nodic Evaluab Ant to Testy Etherwa Bluth. Bluth, which is
Do we know a Nick? Do we know a Bluth something?
I believe we do know a Bluth something. Kurt Bluthholtz.
Yeah.
Also, as you can see, just the words are everywhere.
Yeah.
We can try and decipher the letter for one computer,
I think we use a wild card to do that.
because we also can get another wild card.
Yes.
Yeah. Can I? You have a flair for word games. In college, you used to spend hundreds of hours on such quizzes. You sit at the computer and run a few simple programs which, based on similar documents from this period, check the potential versions of the text in context, case, and additional keywords. It is obvious that you will not be able to reproduce what the author wrote precisely, but you can probably get some additional information. Finally, after a few minutes of work, adding words, eliminating evident misses, and, let's be honest, good fun, you conclude at the most likely variant. Killed. No match. Nick. Handed. Accomplices. They did not notice. Valuables. Want to testify together with Bluthholtz. Add one authority token to the pool.
Good.
So no match on Nick, and we don't have anyone with the name of Nick.
Maybe there's some greater conspiracy starting to unfold, and that's where we're at.
Wait, Nick is sort of like Miss Mia.
Yeah.
It's Mia the whole time.
Killed, handed, accomplices, they did not notice, valuables. Someone wants to testify together with Bluthholtz, maybe.
Yeah, well, he wants to testify.
Yeah, so maybe it was Owen and Bluthholtz. Well, I don't think Bluthholtz would be together with, right? So,
So which lead do we want to follow now?
I see it. No match, Nick. Handed accomplices. They did not notice valuables. Want to testify together with Bluthholtz.
So we could check the bill for fingerprints. So I probably the highest priorities are either checking the bill for fingerprints while we're still here, or head over to the Richmond Police Department to get Horatio's autopsy.
So wait, where did we get these fragments from?
This is from the Horatio murder
evidence.
So it was at his house.
Yes.
Yes.
So this was.
This probably was him typing.
Right? Yes, it was Horatio typing. It was shredded. So what it could be is, yes, someone wants to testify. Yeah. Accomplices.
Okay, so
from World War II stuff. Yeah.
So testify isn't talking about him, because this is before.
Yeah. This is talking about Owen. This is talking about Horatio, probably about Brown.
Maybe
and Bluthholtz.
He's saying, "I want to testify."
Yeah, maybe I and like another guy from the unit want to testify.
Something about accomplices, but yeah, it's and he was running away. Right, he was running away. Ooh, maybe he was like about to head into like witness protection. That's why he withdrew all his money.
Yeah, maybe they did not. They did not notice. Where can you pull up the orientation? Because it is they did not notice close enough to valuables for them to be together. Like they did not notice the valuables.
Didn't notice probably about 4 or 5 words valuables.
They didn't notice the origin of the valuables
or significance of.
Because that's what that's where I'm at. Is he's saying he didn't when I pawned it, they didn't notice the significance.
And then whatever handed an accomplice.
No match. Nick handed accomplices. Who's Nick?
I don't know.
Okay. So fingerprints on the bill of sale, or head to the police department for autopsy.
My only thing with the fingerprints. This is too far. Right. 1, 2, 3.
1.
So 12. So it's going to take a lot of time. It's going to take another 3 hours. So that's going to be like the last thing we can do without going into overtime.
Well, other than we head to the cemetery to look at his grave. I don't maybe we'll get something. I don't know.
My vote would be on the autopsy.
I'm fine with autopsy.
I mean, either of them, yeah.
Because I'm afraid if we find something on the bill that's like weird, it's gonna be this dude's fingerprints, and we won't be able to know because they're gonna be like, it's gonna be the same fingerprints.
But then we will know that wasn't Horatio.
No, that's true. But I'm also afraid that we're gonna waste the rest of the day, and it's gonna be like, yep, it's Horatio and Marcus's fingerprints are on there, which we already assumed.
I'm fine for either one. I'm just
And then
really
autopsy
tired.
report. Yeah, it's just.
And it should take less time, and we'll be able to, if
Well, traveling there is going to take 1 hour.
yeah. So maybe it'll take the same amount of time.
I don't care. I really don't care.
Because yeah, that's my thoughts. Is like the bill of sale might have someone else's fingerprints, and if it comes off the hit, then we know Brown.
Yeah.
Was
But
there or someone?
but Horatio had the bill. It was in his safe.
It can be planted.
I mean, it's true.
It's a cover up, James.
It is a cover
It's a
up.
cover up. You plant things during cover ups.
But is this a more modern cover-up, or was it being covered up back in 67?
Well, both. Well, to some degree.
Well, then please decide, because I'm hungry and tired.
Well,
I mean, yeah. What are we hoping for from the autopsy?
if
Literally, they're both trying to expose the cover-up, so...
Unless there's other blood samples from the autopsy, I don't know, but that would have shown in the autopsy report, or not autopsy report, that would have showed in the evidence locker, not the autopsy report, I would think.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Because I'm not sure if that would come up with any new information. The autopsy. Either. So I guess either one. I think.
Let's just do fingerprints then, since we're here.
Or it might not be him from the autopsy. Who knows?
So do you want to do autopsy?
Because my only thinking with the autopsy is that it turns out that he was like executed.
Oh.
Yeah, or it might not be Horatio.
You think it might not be Horatio?
So do you
Fake
want
his
to do...
death. Sure, let's autopsy.
Fine, autopsy.
Autopsy.
What's the number?
Autopsy is 117.
1 hour.
Okay.
So we do have time to do other things.
You go through the staff entrance, you pass two policemen from the traffic department who are leaving the station while verbally assaulting a group of cuffed women being guided down the corridor to their cells. The girls do not hold back and repay the favor. The corridor turns into a cacophony of insults and curses. You simply walk by the group, but they struggle with the policeman leading them. Suddenly, one of the girls, hurling curses, breaks free and jumps towards the exit, chasing after the two policemen who have already left for the parking lot. You react instinctively. You catch her halfway and press her up the wall. Holding her, you call out for someone to take care of this mess. The rest of the women react wildly to the scene, with a few which just unfolded in the corridor is chaotic for a few minutes. You retreat, pushing brutally through to take the corridor towards the archive. Behind you, you can hear insults being screeched at you. You approach the service window. You're lucky that Susie is on the job now. She is the favorite of the entire police station. With her, the job always gets done. The documents are already waiting for you. You fill out the application form and respect the procedure and take the files. A pleasant surprise. Post-mortem autopsy report. Horatio Dawson. Date of examination, June 15th, 1967. Body of a man, aged 42. Height, 192 pounds. Weight, 192 pounds. Height, 5'11". Blood type A. Fingerprints. SD. YU. 3, 4, 5, 6. BHUY82. Internal organ condition unchanged. Autopsy. Oval bruises on the right calf just below the knee. Bruises and numerous abrasions on the face and the left side of the neck. 1-inch bruise above the right temple. Bruises and longitudinal abrasions a result of collision with cuboid object. Wood splinters found in the wounds. The disc is separated. Left shoulder twisted and cracked. Cause of death, extensive trauma to the cervical segment, shifting of the fifth vertebrae, disruption of all the nervous system, likely as a result from a fall from height. Further lead, consult with the court pathologist Howard Pine, analyst of the autopsy report.
Do we already have 111? No. As for the fingerprints,
Yeah, I say we risk going a little into overtime and go to the courthouse to do one of the two things there.
Yeah.
But let's see these fingerprints first.
let's see if we get any like extra hits that we.
I think so, because I think I've seen partials of those.
Alcohol and intoxicating substances in the blood not found.
Yes.
There's a wiped clean glass at the scene.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Oh, was there?
Mm-hmm.
So they drank.
So someone was drinking with him, or while he was there.
And also, it might match fingerprint on the ashtray. I don't know. But yeah. So, in the courthouse, we have either 111 for this or 110 for...
The forensic psychologist.
Well, they're both forensic psychologists.
No, one's a
Pathologist.
pathologist.
Oh, this is a pathologist.
Yeah. Psychologist is mental state, pathologist is body.
Yeah, so it's either the pathologist for this specific case or whatever 110 was. 110 for 67.
Yeah.
So same case, just different person.
Yeah.
So psychologist for this case or pathologist for this case.
Yeah, that's probably gonna be the last thing we're gonna do.
Yeah.
So let's just go ahead and move
To the courthouse.
courthouse.
I think either one is valuable. I'll just say psychologist. Why not?
You want a psychologist for the report?
The report.
Yeah.
Is that what you think too?
Or do you want pathologist?
Well, it's either. Yeah, either one. What psychologist? What does it fully say?
It just says consulting a forensic psychologist.
And then what's a pathologist?
Pathologist is the autopsy report. He would just tell you.
He would give you a rundown of what it means.
Wait, no, it's. Okay.
Because that sounds like he died from falling down the stairs.
Yeah.
No, not necessarily from the stairs, but just it said
A fall from height.
yeah, fall from height.
Well, and it said that like there's wood splinters in all his wounds. Well, not all of them. But
Yeah. So he was hit on like with the corner of the desk or something like that
Yeah, he was hit on the desk.
because the desk had damage in the corner.
Mm-hmm.
I think the pathologist, because something's weird. So there's something more going on there. Yeah.
Wait,
Psychologist?
Psychologist.
Sure.
I'm okay with that.
110.
3 hours.
Okay, so we go 2 hours overtime.
That is the last thing.
So we went 3, so it'd be 4, 5, 6.
Ooh,
Okay.
and we can dig deeper because we have the thing.
Oh, yes, we do. Malcolm Petrie's office resembles a 19th century library. Sophisticated furniture, a large decorated desk with a stack of books climbing up to the ceiling. Next to the walls are a glass showcase containing items that were taken right out of the history books, old pens and inkwells, bullets, bayonets, photos, maps, even an antique stethoscope. By the window in the corner, they manage to cram a small tea table. Petrie smiles enigmatically when he sees you and gets up from behind a pile of paperwork. He gestures you over to the window table. An assistant brings a kettle with tea and a plate of cookies and pours you both a cup. I got your message. Is it urgent? He asks with a smile, and seeing your face immediately adds, Okay, I see it's urgent. I'm just teasing. Please don't be cross. Body language is a nasty traitor, right? Okay. What do we have here? He asks, reaching out for the briefcase that holds in your hand. He opens it, puts on his reading glasses, and for a dozen or so minutes delves into reading. I do not think a perpetrator as aggressive as Giles would knock Dawson off the stairs. He would have beaten him, taken out his frustration, his aggression, kicked him when he was down, not throw him down the stairs. Giles was not organized. He searched the house chaotically, as if he did not know what to look for. He stole the gun, if he knew how much that was worth, but he omitted other valuable items. He did not wear gloves. He might have tried to cover his tracks, but he certainly did it without a plan of action. And then we're going to do this guy.
Yep.
Blank. Dawson was a tough cookie. You can tell that by skimming his file. He was a soldier who even fought another officer once. I doubt that Giles or Owens would be able to intimidate him. Obviously, if he was threatened at gunpoint, they could pressure him, but I doubt that a vet like him would be scared. Years in the military must have put him through much more difficult situations than a drunk from a pawn shop trying to intimidate him. Giles or Owens would probably piss their pants if they met Dawson on his own terms. Also, Dawson was 42 years old at the time of the murder. He was in his prime. In a fight, he would have had a distinct advantage over Giles, especially considering his experience. Marcus Owen appears as someone who submits to a stronger personality, which frustrates him, leads him to taking it out on people weaker than himself, like his wife or son. I think he was also a pathological liar. I find it particularly peculiar that the struggle occurred in the office upstairs, while the perpetrator seemingly accessed the house through the back door, possibly making some noise. You ponder the consultant's words. There's something shady about this case, but it does not seem to be connected with a golden watch at first glance. Should probably ask Delaware if he'll let you dig deeper into this.
If only we all right, that's the end of it.
That's
the end of it.
Okay, final report time.
Yeah. Unless, we could risk it even further and try.
No.
The worst thing that happens is what? We just get more minus points and we're forced to go to the final report?
Yeah, we essentially can do one more thing. Mm-hmm. Just getting more negative points, because even if we hit 7 or go over 7, the next thing we would have to do is the final report. It's not a lose, but all those negative points, because we don't know how many points we need to win.
Right.
Oh, do we need points to win?
Yes.
Yeah, we essentially take a test, and depending on how good we do.
Yeah, we could. You just want to do the test and see what it's like?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you ready now to see and answer questions for case 1, a man with a golden watch? Yes. During the investigation, our team has determined that Rupert Owens found the watch beneath the floorboards of the porch of his family home. Rupert Owens got the watch from his mother. Rupert Owens bought the watch in a pawn shop. We don't know where Rupert Owens found the watch beneath the floorboards.
Mm-hmm.
We have also concluded that Marcus Owens, the father of Rupert Owens, was the previous owner of the watch, which he bought from Horatio Dawson. He stole from Dawson's house. He got from Henry Giles in exchange for silence. We don't know how he got it. Assumably,
he bought
it from Horatio Dawson.
Yeah.
At some point, the watch was in possession of Horatio Dawson. We believe that he brought it back as a memento of the campaign in Europe. He received it as a bribe while stationed in Brenner Pass. He received it as a thank you for saving a life during a shooting in Sicily. We don't know how he got it.
I want to say bribe.
We believe.
So,
yeah, we believe he would receive it at Brenner Pass.
Yep, as a bribe. Yep.
As for where Kurt Blutholz got the watch, our team was able to deduce that we don't know.
Yeah, what does it say?
But he stole it from one of his patients. He stole it from the museum in Posen. He received it as payment for sparing the life of a rich Jewish prisoner. We don't know where he got it.
I thought they said that he got it. It was in a museum before.
But they didn't. But we don't know that that's where he got it from.
Oh, okay.
I would say we don't know. Remember, if we get it wrong, we get a negative point.
Okay.
Those findings conclude our investigation in the matter of the Golden Watch. Delaware sends you an email with some additional questions. First of all, were you able to determine who might have killed Horatio Dawson? Henry Giles, Marcus Owens, none of the above.
Yeah.
And from what I can see in Mr. Dawson's file, he was a soldier in the 7th Army. Do you know about any officer that might have been involved with Dawson? Colonel Samuel Brown.
Yes. 100%.
Or was it Sergeant Michaels? How many stress tokens did we use?
4.
4.
It was Samuel Brown.
Final score.
Yes.
Case solved. 14 out of 24 points.
Oh, wow. Okay. You did pretty good.
Final report, 3 out of 4. Additional questions, 2 out of 2. Stress token points, -4. Answer 4 is incorrect. Answer 4 was...
Who killed him?
No.
Wait.
Oh, final report. All right. You have finished your job for the time being. Before heading to the nearest pub for dinner, the whole team meets with Delaware in his office. Thank you very much for completing your investigation, and make no mistake, this was an important case. He smiles briefly and points to the screen. I have read your report. I have also done a little bit of my own research. Let me point out some things I find particularly interesting. First of all, Mr. Owens Jr. It seems that you are right about that. He found the watch underneath the floorboards of the porch of his family home. It seems that his father hid the watch there. Rupert Owens is just a small fish, a local swindler who needed money, so he sold the watch to the auction house. Your investigation has determined that the previous owner of the watch was Rupert Owens' father, Marcus Owens. You believe that he bought it from Horatio Dawson. I tend to agree with that assessment. I believe Horatio Dawson was in a dire need of money, and he tried to sell his valuables to Marcus Owens, including the watch that tipped Henry Giles to rob his house. Now Mr. Dawson makes this case really interesting. He seems like an important piece of the puzzle. You think he received the watch as a bribe when stationed in Brenner Pass. I agree with that. While he was probably an honest guy and a good soldier, Horatio Dawson was most likely pressured by his fellow soldiers to take the bribe from a rich German who wanted a safe passage through the checkpoint at Brenner Pass. That rich German had to be Kurt Blutholz himself, escaping Europe under a fictional name. So that brings us to the last piece of the puzzle. How did Kurt Blutholz get the watch? I'm sorry to hear that you don't remember my briefing. I simply say that the watch was robbed from the museum in the land of Posen. It must have been Blutholz. During his escape, he used exactly as he intended to secure himself a safe passage through all allied checkpoints. Well done, detectives. I believe your report is sufficient for our administration to explain to the Polish government how the watch was stolen from them during World War II and ended up in the U.S. You can be proud of yourselves. The very first Antares investigation is a success.
Yay.
So then, and then additional questions.
Yeah.
Additional questions were not part of your final report, so there is no additional explanation for them. Blue background means that you have answered correctly, while red background means that you have provided a wrong answer. Horatio Dawson was killed by none of the above, and Samuel Brown was done with that.
Then who killed him? We don't
Find
know.
out
We
next
don't know.
time.
Yeah.
I'm glad we won.
Yes. This is a cool game.
Yeah, I'm happy with that.
I'm glad. I bought it on a whim. I saw it was a good,
Yeah,
co-op game. And so...
yeah, I'm happy because
What's to say about saving the game or going from...
yep, saving the game. If you want to put this back in there.
Because do we just reset chapter 1, except for the
Yeah,
one
game ending and scoring. We
What's
ended
up,
the game.
CJ? Because Rez, we're packing up.
Right. Once you have complete your report, the database will automatically calculate your final score, then announce whether or not you have won the case. If you win, great. Celebrate for a job well done. Woo. If you lose, you can play the case again, yada, yada, yada. To play the next case, blah, blah, blah. Play the next... Okay, to play the next case. Return all unused lead cards to the box, and place all the lead cards you have gained during your case in the dedicated spot. Did you put them all together, John?
No, just the ones that
Okay.
that we got.
Cool. Lead cards you have gained during the case in the dedicated spot of the insert. In either case, discard the token pool and start anew, as described under case setup.
Because we can choose new people.
And it just a reminder: do not read the cards we didn't draw.
Yep. Do you want me to read you the objectives, the objectives of the next game? Just
Yeah, sure.
okay. Goal of the case: discovered who killed Horatio Dawson.
Nice.
Ah, nice.
Tune in next time.
4. Case 2: the soldier with a heart of gold.
Oh, really?
That's what it's called.
The man with the golden watch, and now a soldier with the heart of gold.
Yep.
Dang, I see a theme.
What's case?
Oh shit. One of the things that you do is exhume Horatio Dawson's body. Woo! Body exhumation.
Okay, here's the ones we didn't
Yeah.
use. Don't look at them.
Oh, there's one we didn't get.
Yeah.
I don't know what case that was for.
What number was it?
133. It's for the upcoming case. So whatever that was, we didn't get it.
Yep.
Are there a
There's
few
a few.
more? Yeah, there's a few.
Yeah.
For case 4, and a couple more for 2.
Cool. We might come back to it. It says you can because it says some of the evidence for this guy is
Yeah.
like
We might come across Horatio Dawson stuff next time.
yeah. So so if you do not have this card, you read, and if you do not
Yes.
have this card, you should read.
Yeah.
Oh, so you get little bonuses.
For what you find.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
for example, we lose 2 authority tokens because we didn't get plot card 33,
Okay, yeah.
and we lose an hour for not having plot card 25
For the start or all
for
of
the
it?
start of this case.
Yeah, because you have plot card 23.
Neat. Yeah, I definitely like this better than the Choose Your Own Adventure.
I think
my
I
opinion.
think I need to find a USB-C to Ethernet. That way this moves a little faster.
Yeah.
Because I think just wireless,
But-
casting the screen and trying to browse the web
Right.
just will not work.
But the whole.
Also, if we like this, they have expansions.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And
They're-
others too. Yeah.
Yep. There's a LA.
Heading to the Antares Database.com.
Yeah.
They have a whole
Hey.
Yo, what's up? You're catching us right as we're about to end.
Log off.
But thanks for stopping by. We just played a game called Detective. It was a lot of fun. Yeah, because I really like the how you score at the end. You know, how you have to answer the questions instead of
right.
it being
You win.
You win.
It's we got 14 out of 24.
Yeah.
Whatever that's supposed to mean. Hold up. Did you already put file 1 back underneath?
Yes.
It was cool, and nothing felt unfair. Nothing happened that I was like, well, that was stupid.
Right.
It's going good. We won the game.
Yep. We won the first case. It was very good. Need to buy Ethernet adapter for this laptop because fuck them on laptops. So board games every Saturday, 8 p.m. Eastern.
Yep.
Wait, did you actually rate us with people? It didn't come up.
Yeah, it didn't come up, so I don't know. And then tomorrow we will be guiding our friend through Kingdom Hearts while he's blindfolded.
Yeah.
So that's gonna be a shit show. That's gonna be around.
That's
That's gonna be around like 2 p.m. Eastern.
but in a good way,
Yeah, yeah.
though.
2 to 3 p.m. Eastern. We're gonna. Start
Okay,
that.
that's when it's starting.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
We're starting a few hours early and
Yeah,
going
yeah.
later.
There's in our stream. Oh, well, thank you. I'm sorry that you caught us as we're leaving. So what's up? If any of you are interested in board game streams, we do it every Saturday
That 8.
at 8 Eastern.
As long as it doesn't impede with whatever your schedule is.
Yeah. Heck yeah,
Yeah.
blindfolded.
Yeah, he's gonna be blindfolded.
And we're gonna, I guess, have like a walkthrough pulled up or something, and just gonna be talking him through it. So that's gonna be fun.
Yeah. So Yumi just followed.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
thanks for the follow.
Thanks for the follow.
Yeah, so tomorrow, like 2 Eastern, 3 maybe. And then we do this every Saturday for board games every Saturday, 8 p.m. Eastern.
Yeah, next week is going to be Scythe. We're doing the Rise of Fenris.
Yeah, Fenris.
It's like a legacy version,
Yeah, it's a campaign version of
Scythe,
Scythe.
which is going well.
Yeah.
So tune in for that if you've heard of Scythe or even haven't.
Yeah, it's a fun game.
If you want to check out what Scythe is.
Yeah, it's a
We're
great game.
playing Scythe.